I'm just going to test it. Larissa, can you hear us now?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Sorry, guys, for the interruption. If you are joining us via the app or a phone or, through your computer, please change your screen name to your legal name. This does help with the promotion process. And if you are calling in with a standard phone line or a cell phone, we know you can't adjust your screen name, but you can still provide public testimony by raising your hand by pressing the star followed by the number 9 key. At the time of promotion, you will need to turn on your camera and microphone so that the board can see and hear you when it is your time to speak. Your microphone does need to be muted at all times unless if you are actively giving testimony. And this is to minimize audio disruption. For those in person, when it is the appropriate time for public testimony, you are going to approach the microphone in the corner of the room. And if you are in person, there's no need for you to also be in the Zoom meeting. Sometimes when there's multiple live microphones on at the same time, it causes audio interference, and we want to ensure that everyone is heard clearly. The following is applicable for all testimony. The BZA secretary or their designated representative is going to identify you when it is time for you to speak. Then you're going to be sworn in under oath to provide testimony. Applicants of cases are going to receive 15 minutes for their presentation. All other members are going to be given 2 minutes of testimony time if you're representing a single interest like yourself, or 5 minutes if you're representing an established organization like a neighborhood organization, HOA, nonprofit, etc. You will be hearing an alarm when your allotted time is over, so please be respectful and wrap up your statement once you hear the alarm. No repetitive or irrelevant testimony. And if you wish to admit any exhibits for your case, so for example, a presentation, photos, maps, please have those ready on a jump drive or ready to share on your screen. And then if admitted, you will need to email those exhibits to the assigned planner on the case for record keeping purposes. This is a reminder that the chat box online is only for questions about the agenda. Merits of each case cannot be discussed in the chat box. And then the Board of Zoning Adjustment is subject to take breaks, for example, around 10:30, 12:30, and 3 o'clock if the meeting lasts past 2. And that is all, Mr. Chair, for my overview of the hybrid meeting. And I do see that all city staff and the court reporter are present to be
Great.
sworn in.
So let's go ahead and swear everyone in. I'd like to swear in all the city staff members who are present or testifying today. If you're online, please turn on your camera and microphone. Raise your right arm as I administer the oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
On Ananiski, I do.
James Duddy, I do.
Alec. And Larissa?
Larissa Chambi, I do.
Everybody?
Yep.
Great. So Anna, I'm going to turn it over to you to talk about continuances and or dismissals and maybe case reordering.
The first item being addressed at this moment is docket item number 5. This is case CD BZA 2024-20. This is for 7707 North Wabash Avenue. This is a request to approve a variance to the maximum width of a driveway plus any additional variances on about 0.305 acres generally located at 7707 North Wabash Avenue. And we are requesting a continuance to the May meeting in order to receive revised plans from the applicant. We have docket item 14. This is case CD SUP 2024-10 for 1951 Northwest 87th Terrace. This is a request to approve a special use permit for the expansion of a vehicular use area for an elementary school in District R7.5 on about 14.6 acres, generally located at Northwest 87th Terrace and North Platte Purchase Drive. This is a request to the May meeting as well as an approvable alternative landscaping plan is needed for this project. And then finally, we have docket item 24. This is case CD BZA 2024-30 for 4511 Summit Street. This is a request to appeal city staff's determination related to a protest petition on about 0.3 acres, generally located at 4511 Summit Street, and this is a request for dismissal because the determination being appealed was resolved.
Great. Board members, do you have any questions or comments on these dismissals? Anyone in the audience with questions or comments on the dismissals? Seen anything, Anna, on the live in the audience?
Yeah, we have one person
Okay.
online.
And sir, standing up by the clock, are you here for these dismissals? You're just looking for a place to sit?
I'm sorry. No, we're here for not the dismissal, for a continuance request after the.
Okay, well, let's do these first and then I'll come to you. Thank you. Anna, did you say there was one person in the
Yeah,
audience?
one person online is Elizabeth.
Elizabeth, will you turn on your camera and microphone?
Yes.
I don't see you yet or hear you.
There we
Now
go.
I'm beginning to see you, I think.
Yes, both Elizabeth and Stephen Soul are online, and we are at 7707 North Wabash Avenue.
Right. Which case is that? Sorry.
Docket item 5.
Okay, and what's your interest in this continuance? We were going to continue without fee to the May date.
Our understanding is we have someone that's been working with us, and our construction company that did our driveway has been working with him, and they haven't been able to provide evidently the type of aerial view that he said that was needed, and they've asked for more time to do it.
Sure, that's not a problem, sir. We can give you that time till May 14.
Okay, yeah.
May 15, excuse me.
Honestly, we're trying to do the right thing, you know.
Yeah.
We're just student, normal Kansas City residents trying to do the right thing.
That's great. So we'll see you, if that's okay with you, on the docket is for May 15. 14. Yeah. Is that?
14 or 15?
And May 15 is a Wednesday, sir. Wednesday,
Okay,
May
either one's
15.
fine. We're just trying to.
Give you some more time. That's great. Thank you for coming before us
Appreciate
today,
it.
sir. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
All right. Any other comments? Anna, no one else?
That's it for those online.
Okay, so I want to rule on these issues first before we have you guys come up. So, board members, can I get a motion on these particular continuances?
One second, sorry.
I was going,
I think they have other continuances that they want to discuss, so
I wanted to get rid of
do these
these
first?
first,
Okay.
and then we'll talk about those.
Okay.
I move to continue cases 5 and 14 and
I have a motion. I have a second from Mr. Gorence. Anna, please call the roll at least on those.
Have Gorence.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
And Ebbets.
Aye. Those are continued and or dismissed. And let's start at the podium with your concern, sir.
I just had a request, if at all possible, to reorder the agenda, and I'm case 22.
Okay, we'd like to hear your case first thing after lunch.
First thing after lunch.
Yeah, so we usually take a lunch break 12-ish, so you'd be on 12:30, 12:45-ish.
That will work perfectly.
Okay,
for
great.
me.
We'll see you then. Thank you. Oop, we don't,
I was not here for it.
on 20. That's on docket number. The Holly case, right? But we have Ebbets, Gorens, Hayes, Meyer. We're missing Moran.
The applicant would just need to consent to the 4
Yeah,
votes.
do we have,
That's why if they're still here.
yeah, before we do that, where'd you go? Hey, there you are. Thank you. You're Mr. Hamilton, as I recall. And I should probably swear you in too. Do you
Okay.
solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Please state your name for the court reporter.
James Hamilton.
Thank you, James. So Miss Moran, who normally would be here, is not here. To take your case forward, you'd have to have a unanimous approval from the remaining 4 members. That's myself, Gorens, Hayes, and Mike Meyer.
Okay.
So, or you could delay your case 1 more month to Wednesday, May 15th. And at that point, you should have all 5 here in front of you.
I don't anticipate any need to do that. At the continuation of last month, it was basically for me to get a opinion from the neighborhood association, which I have that,
Okay.
a letter of non-opposition.
All right. So I don't want to hear the case now.
Right. I
But,
understand.
so it'll be your decision to go forward right after lunch with this case,
That'd be fine.
with the 4
Yes.
members. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good. We'll
Thanks.
see you then. Hi. Nice to see you
Good
again.
morning. I missed everyone.
Good
So I move to continue item number 21, CDBZA 2024-00014. Subject address is 1208 West 39th Street. This particular, sorry.
Swear.
Oh, sorry.
You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today.
I do.
And please state your name again for the court report.
Megan Duma.
Thank you, Ms. Duma.
Yes. So I just moved to continue this case. The applicant himself is an airline pilot, and he has another property that's pending a very similar thing, certificate of legal nonconforming use.
Mhm.
And I believe both of those will be heard in June. It would just be better for everyone's schedule if we could reschedule this one to June so we can knock them both out in June.
All right. And you recall, or maybe you don't know this, we're moving our meetings now to Wednesdays, not Tuesdays.
Oh,
So it'll be
okay.
the 2nd Wednesday in June.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. So I'm making a note on that. We'll move on this case in a minute after we hear the next one.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Well,
Yeah,
that's
good
what we're
morning.
Trying to prevent
All
actually.
those things,
So,
yeah.
good afternoon part.
I'd like for you to raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
And state your name again for the
Thank you.
court
My name is
reporter.
David Bell. I'm an attorney. I'm working with dockets number 20.
0.1 and 20.2.
No, yeah,
Oh.
20.1 and 20.2. And I'm new to this. I do criminal defense, not this, but I'm helping someone out. So I didn't realize the docket would be so big. My client has a doctor's appointment at 1:30 she cannot miss. So my request is a continuance if possible to May 15th. And also if possible, and I realize this may go too far, and I apologize in advance, if we could know potentially where on May 15th, if we could request higher up on the docket and the first thing on May 15th if possible. And if not, I withdraw that request.
Okay. You could be right after, we could try to reorganize the docket to put you right after the case after lunch, but with a 1:30 appointment, I don't think that would work.
I agree, sure. Thank you.
Okay, so, we can, delay your case till May 15. Is that
That'd be great,
good?
sir. Yes. thank
And
you.
again, that'll be a request through Miss Anna, if she can possibly move you up in the docket rotation that day. I don't do that. So. Typically, cases that are moved are higher, but they're not necessarily 1 or 2, typically. So. All right, so that's moved to May 15, and then Miss Duma's cases are going to June. What's that date? Do you have that date? Okay, so. That's it?
I move to continue docket items number 20.1 and 20.2 to May 15th, docket item 21 to June 12th.
Motion? Second. Thank you, Mr. Gorens. Please call the roll on that.
Excuse me, thank you. Goretz.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Those are so continued. Thank you, everybody. All right. And Anna, we have one docket number 4. We're going to lose a member around 9:45, so we try to do that case first if we could.
I'm not on this quorum, so.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do that one first. What?
And you just have to tell me if,
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Fine, yeah, I'm just got the thing.
no,
Okay.
they only have the 5 voting people.
Okay, so we're calling, excuse me.
So that'd be fine. Yeah. So we have Meyer instead of Moran. So that's everybody.
If Maya heard it, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they,
yeah.
they say he did.
Okay. Then you're good.
Okay, we're calling docket item number 4. This is case CD BZA 2024-13 for 812 Northwest 68th Place. This is a request to approve a variance to the residential vehicular standards to permit a larger percentage of impervious coverage in the front yard, plus any other needed variances on about 0.39 acres, generally located at 812 Northwest 68th Place. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner associated with this project. The property owners are in the room with us, and this was continued to the state to allow for the applicant to redesign their project.
Thank you. I'm going to have you raise your right hands to give testimony today. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today? Great. Could you each state your name for the court reporter?
Oh, not to Corona.
All right. There's a required quorum on this case of myself, Mr. Gorens, Jazz Hayes, and Miss Wright. We also had Mike Meyer, who also heard the case, so he'll be on the quorum today. We're reestablishing that quorum. So with that in mind, sorry, I've got to get my rotation back. With that in mind, do we have your approval to admit the administrative exhibits for your case today? They're labeled 1 to 10. Where are they, Stephanie? Do you know?
It should be 1 through 10.
Okay, great. Those are that's things like the rules of our committee. It's a normal procedure to admit those, but I have to have your approval to do that. Yes, thank you. Those are admitted. Part of those is a presentation by Miss Stephanie about your case today. So Stephanie, tell us a little bit about it.
Morning. So I have docket item number 4, CDBCA 2024-00013, located on 812 Northwest 68th Place, zone R-7.5. And the applicant is seeking an approval of a variance to the residential vehicular standards to permit a larger percentage of impervious coverage on the front yard, plus any other needed variances. Right, so I'll try to go over a little faster since you guys already know the case, but again, this is just west of Gladstone. This is the site currently. So the homeowners gave us some new pictures of what the property looks like now. Right. So this was the before. The yellow is the driveway, the current driveway. And this is the now. They are planning on taking out this part right here, that it will reduce the driveway. So now it is a variance request of 223.8 square feet or 9% to the residential vehicular standards to permit 49% of impervious coverage on the front yard. So the code allows up to 40%. And then again, this will change the character of the neighborhood since it is quite large, but now should be a little better since it's smaller. And the difficulty could be obviated if the proper permitting had been sought. And the second variance request is a variance of 12 feet to the residential vehicular standards to permit a driveway width of 34 feet. Last month, I believe it was 39 feet. And this is just a close-up. So everything in green is the front yard. This part here is the driveway, so it's at, you can see here, 34 feet. About 368 square feet is proposed to be taken out. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Stephanie. Anna, do we have anyone either in the live audience here or in the virtual audience on this case, on this matter?
And this is a reminder for anyone who wishes to provide public testimony on docket item 4 to please raise your hand on Zoom now or approach the microphone. Being none.
Okay, thank you. Board members, questions of city staff on this proposal? So why should we grant your request today?
Can you please get the microphone a little bit closer?
We can keep my kids off the streets for safety. I'm sorry, I was having cold. Lost my voice.
Miss Stephanie, do we have any neighbor opposition to this in written? Do they write letters or anything?
I have not received any.
Either support or opposition?
I have not received any written letters of support or opposition.
Okay. Board members, questions or comments? Go ahead.
Running your whole front yard into concrete,
No, sir.
putting a basketball goal up or anything,
Yes,
concrete? Belong to an HOA?
no.
Okay.
Thank you. Looks like they're taking out some of the driveway from the previous, so. Buddy?
Yeah, I think this updated plan is an improvement for sure.
See much, if any, neighbor opposition, so. On this. Mr. Hayes?
Sure. What is this docket item?
This,
four?
docket number 4, in case number 13 to help you.
First, motion. So,
Yes.
I move that, on docket item 4, we, approve the request to, variance for the residential vehicular standards to permit a larger percentage of impervious structure on the front yard, plus any other needed variance on about 0.39 acres generally located at 812 Northwest 68th
Thank you, Mr.
23rd
Hayes. And of
place.
course, in accordance with site plan and staff report.
With site plan and
And
staff
that was
report.
case number 13 on our BZA docket.
Case number 13.
Do I have a second to that?
Second.
Who?
Second.
Oh, sorry, Mike, I
Right.
didn't hear you. Anna?
We have Gorance.
Hi.
Wright. Aye. Hayes.
Aye.
Meyer
Aye.
and Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved. Good luck with it.
Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah.
Moving on to docket item number 1. This is case CD SUP 2024-3 for 5704 Northwood Road. This is a request to approve a special use permit for the continued temporary use of one modular building in District R80, which is a residential zoning district on about 9.6 acres at 5704 Northwood Road. And Genevieve Kahn is the staff planner for this project. We have the applicant team in the room with us. And this is a reminder for anyone on Zoom who wishes to provide testimony to please raise your hand now so we can move through the promotion process quickly. Thank you.
Anyone out there? Good morning. Please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? Please state your names for the court reporter.
Jim Rich,
Thank you, Mr. Rich.
Brian Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Walters. There's a list of administrative exhibits labeled. I'm trying to find those. I'll just find them in a second.
1 through 9 on this one.
Thank you very much. Label 1 to 9 that we need to admit to hear your case today. Do we have your permission to do that?
Yes.
And are you going to be the speaker today, so to speak? Okay. And so those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Miss Genevieve. Ed? Oh, yeah, stand by. Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Got to
nice.
get mixed on. Thanks, Jim. Yeah. We just started number 1. We haven't heard anything yet, other than swearing in the people. So Genevieve's going to give her presentation. Thank you.
Morning, board members. Docket item number 1 is for a special use permit at Southeast Elementary School at 5704 Northwood Road. Site is generally located in the Northland, just southwest of I-29. Subject site outlined in yellow. And as mentioned, the existing Southeast Elementary School is currently located on the site. And just to give you some background about why this special use permit is in front of you, the section shown 88-370-03, specifically item C, the City Planning and Development Director is authorized to require that a temporary use request may be processed as a special use permit in accordance with 88-525, which is the criteria for special use permit. And these modular classrooms that a handful of the schools are using as a sort of temporary means, staff has now escalated this temporary building to require a special use permit, as it will be on the site for a number of years. So it's just a way to keep track, keep a handle, as well as ensure compliance with building code, which the schools are doing. So this orange box is the approximate location of the modular classroom. That back from the adjacent residences. This is the site plan provided. Many of these modular classrooms already exist on these properties and have been properly permitted and reviewed by building code and have appropriate pedestrian connection to the school building itself. Have some elevations of those buildings. And then on this property specifically, the school is visible from the road, and that modular building is located behind the main school building. So it's not really visible from the right of way or creating any sort of eyesore on this property. At this particular elementary school, there are plans which I can let the applicant speak more about to remove the modular buildings in summer of 2025. So these do have an anticipated removal date Therefore, staff is recommending approval with conditions, and one of the, I believe the only condition is that the building is removed by August of 2025. And that concludes my presentation. I can take any questions.
Thank you, Genevieve. Questions of board members? Mr. Walters, why should we approve your request today, sir?
This will enable Park Hill School District to continue to serve their students in the way that they need to in terms of capacity, student-teacher ratios, conditions, while they finish construction on their new elementary.
How many students will this accommodate?
Maximum per classroom, and there will be 24.
So 2 classrooms in the modular building?
Yeah, it's a single rectangle with a
Yes.
demising wall.
Straightforward. And there's no one in the audience, live or virtual. Board members, further questions of Mr. Walters or anybody?
For a motion?
Perfect.
In case number 3, I move to grant the applicant's request in accordance with site plan, staff report, and the conditions therein.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Mr. Gorns, thank you.
Gorntz,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright, Hayes.
Aye.
And Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved. Thanks for coming down today, sir. Sirs. You're good.
Okay, well, but they're not going anywhere because they're also the
Ah, you're number
next
2, aren't you?
applicants.
I just now see that.
Docket item number 2, CD SUP 2024-4 for 7701 Northwest Berry Road. This is a request to approve a special use permit to allow for the continued temporary use of 2 modular buildings in District R6 and R80, both residential zoning districts on about 94 acres, generally located at the southwest corner of Northwest Berry Road and North Congress Avenue. Genevieve Kahn is still the staff planner associated with this case. And there's
Exhibits
still
1
the
to 9.
standard 9 exhibits.
And anyone in the audience virtual on this case?
Yeah, this is a reminder, if you are a member of the public who wishes to provide testimony on docket items 2 and 3, to please raise your hand now or approach the microphone so we can swear you into the public hearing. Seeing none.
You're still previously sworn in on the previous case. You agree? Exhibits, do you allow us to omit exhibits 1 to 9 for your case? Thank you. One of those is presentation by Genevieve again. So tell us about this one.
Yes, docket item number 2 is also a special use permit. This one is at the Park Hill High School at 7701 Northwest Berry Road. Site is generally located in the Northland in the Park Hill School District. Here is the subject site. We have in the central portion of the property, Congress Middle School, and then in the northeastern portion of the property, Park Hill High School and all their various fields and parking lots. And again, we are using this section 88-370-03 for continuing a temporary use as a special use permit. Here you can see there are 2 modular buildings associated with Park Hill High School, outlined in orange. And the site plan provided. One difference with this plan is that staff did request some landscape screening. As you'll see in the next slides, the buildings are very visible from North Congress. So we have some site views and they have been on the site for a number of years. So taking this through as a special use permit will enable staff to ensure compliance into the future. There will be landscape screening now. And then I want to point out that this special use permit is slightly different. There is at this time no anticipated removal date for those buildings. So the condition, I believe, is for 5 years before a renewal would be. Actually, let me just. It is my mistake. It is 2 years. Went back and forth about a few different options for expiration. but the condition in the report associated with this case is 2 years before they would need to renew. Staff recommends approval subject to that condition, and I can take any questions.
Right. Condition C says, I'm trying to see where it says 2 years in the staff recommendations. Is that something you want?
5 of the staff report.
Okay. Board members, any questions of Ms. Genevieve? All right, why should we approve your case today?
Similar reasons to Southeast Elementary School to quality standard for Park Hill School District students. Wide, to make sure that.
Okay, and any problems with the conditions set forth in city planning and the 2-year? Board members, any other questions of the gentleman?
Offer a motion.
Thank you.
Case number 4, I move to grant the applicant's request in accordance with site plan, staff report, and the conditions therein.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Thank you, Ms. Wright.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Nixdorf.
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
And Evans.
Aye. Stay seated for our next case.
Docket item 3, case CD SUP 2024-2. This is for 5301 Northwest Old Tiffany Springs Road. This is a request to approve a special use permit to allow the continued temporary use of one modular building in District AGR, which is a agricultural zoning district on about 20 acres, generally located at 5301 Northwest Old Tiffany Springs Road. Genevieve Kahn is the staff planner associated with this case. We have the applicant team in the room, and there are 9 exhibits on this case as well.
Anyone in the audience?
No one has raised their hand or approached the microphone.
Okay, great. You're kindly reminded again, gentlemen, you're still sworn in from the other cases. Do you have any problem with us admitting those 9 exhibits again so we can hear your case? Those are admitted. Part of that's a presentation by Ms. Khan. Please, Genevieve, tell us about the case.
Thank you. Docket item number 3 is the final special use permit for Tiffany Springs Elementary School, again in the Park Hill School District, located at 5301 Northwest Old Tiffany Springs Road. Site is generally located in the Northland, north of 152. And then we have the site outlined in yellow. Again, the existing elementary school and associated fields and parking facilities. Same provision in the code authorizing a special use permit for temporary use. And then the location of the modular building, again, adjacent to the existing school and appropriately set back from the residences. The site plan showing pedestrian connection from that building to the main school building. Elevations provided for the steel building. And then some street views. This is one of the only visible angles of that modular building. And once you drive down the road, it's obscured by the berm and landscaping. And again, this modular building has an anticipated removal date of summer of 2025, which is the condition report you received, and the City Plan Commission and staff recommend approval subject to that condition as well. And I can.
Questions of Ms. Genevieve? Looks like the North Kansas City school districts are expanding. So tell us again why we should approve this one, sir.
Similar reasons for this modular classroom as Southeast Elementary to maintain student teacher ratios as well as a quality space. Angeline Washington opens, modular will be removed.
Thank you for that update. Board members, any other questions of Mr. Walters?
Stop for a motion.
Thank you.
In case number 2, I move we grant the applicant's request in accordance with site plan, staff report, and the conditions therein.
I have a motion. Do I have a second from someone?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Wright.
Gorntz,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
And Ebbets.
Aye. Your approval is granted. Good luck with the project, sir. Thank you. I know the question was, are the microphones going out on the web?
Not working in the space, like we can't hear people.
Right. Let me triple confirm. They can hear us on Zoom.
Well, then we're good.
Then we're good.
And I will ask someone else to use, to double check YouTube.
Seeing a little bit, sir. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on then to docket item number 6. This is case CD BZA 2024-34 for 6205 North Wheeling Avenue. This is a request to approve a variance to the residential infill standards, specifically the lot area minimum, to allow for the creation of 3 residential lots on about 0.8 acres, generally located at 6205 North Wheeling Avenue. YouTube does work. I've just been informed. And Justin Smith is the planner associated with this case. We do have 9 exhibits for this item as well. And this is a reminder for the applicant to raise their hand in Zoom now or approach the microphone, or any other members of the general public who wish to provide public testimony on docket item 6 for 6205 North Wheeling Avenue, so we can swear you in for the public hearing. I see the applicant, Robert Young. Oh, and you said the property owner won't be here.
That's correct.
Okay. And we don't have a property owner consent form for this item since the property owner said that they were going to attend.
Give me 1 second.
Audience.
Yeah, we do not have one on.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Give us a second, sir. Mr.
Sure.
Young.
Okay. So, and the property owner can't attend the meeting today, is that correct, Mr. Young?
Yes, he called this morning and had something come up. I touched base with Justin and he thought it would be fine if I represented him, as I've been involved with the project since the beginning.
I guess we would need to continue the case to allow for the property owner to be in attendance, or for you to fill out the property owner consent form.
There's an affidavit we need, sir, in order to hear your case, since you're not the property owner. And, or Mr. Young would have to come before us and say it's okay. And none of those do we have, so we've got to continue your case.
Okay, when would it be continued to?
The May meeting?
Yeah, the May 15th meeting.
Is there any way to push it to this afternoon and see if he can show up?
Sure.
Let me try to get a hold of him if we can. I don't know if we can do second or third after lunch or anything of that nature.
Well, you'll probably be one of the later cases in the day.
Okay.
So I can't tell you an exact time, sir, but keep your YouTube and internet going. You can see how the cases are progressing. So
Okay. Is that when does this typically end? I heard you say around 2 or 2:30.
We have a hard stop at 4. So
Okay.
we usually take our last case around 3:30 or so.
Very good. Let me reach out to him and we'll try to get our act together.
Okay, so we'll pause the case, as we call it here, and we'll wait to hear from you later on in the afternoon.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna?
Yep. Now we're going to focus on docket item 7. This is case CD BZA 2024-33. This is for 6004 North Chatham Avenue. This is a request to approve a special exception to the height of a fence on a corner lot, plus any other additional variances on about 0.35 acres, generally located at 6004 North Chatham Avenue. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner associated with this case. We do have 10 exhibits for this item. And this is a reminder for the applicant team or any other people interested in providing public testimony on docket item 7 for 6004 North Chatham Avenue to please raise their hand now. Or if you're the applicant, yeah, go ahead and approach the desk. Oh, great. Oh, okay. We have a Travis Saw. Oh, sorry. You were being perfectly blocked by Connor, so I didn't even see you. I do apologize. And one other additional person online. Travis, you do need to accept the promotion. And a Joe Marie. Okay, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I've got to double check my staff report here just for a second. Okay. Raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, nothing but the truth in this meeting today? Please state your name for the court reporter.
Christopher Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. There is a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 10 that we need to admit for your case today. Do we have your permission to admit those? Great. And talk more in the microphone if you don't mind.
Yes,
Thanks
you do.
again. And you can bend it down to get more with your mouth level. Thank you. One of those is a presentation by Mr. Tomlin about your case. Connor, tell us all about it.
Sure. Today we have CD BZA 2024-33 at 6004 North Chatham Avenue in an R6 zoning district. The request is a special exception to approve a fence height of 6 feet on a residential corner lot, plus any additional variances. This is the rough location of the site. This is a closer look of the site itself, located on a corner lot of Northwest 60th and North Chatham Avenue. This is the proposed plan for the fence. It comes off that corner of the house closer to Northwest 60th Terrace, goes up to the property line and goes back to that little corner of those 3 properties. The green highlighted portion is an existing neighbor's fence. And then that pink portion, I believe, is also additional fence that you're adding. The variance request is a special exception of 2 feet to the maximum height of a fence on a corner lot to permit a fence height of 6 feet on the subject site. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. While some properties do appear to have fences greater than 4 feet, the majority do not. The difficulty could be obviated through a change of design. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Tomlin.
And he also has something to share. I don't know if we do that right now or.
Sure. Let's go ahead and admit that. They'll be admitted as exhibit number 11. Before we talk about that exhibit, do board members have questions of Mr. Tomlin on his presentation?
Understanding which parts of the fence are the question, I guess, and some of it would be allowed, but since it's a corner lot, clarify which part isn't.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, on everything highlighted in red in pink there, since it's a corner lot, would need the special exception.
Connor, I'm not sure you're sharing your screen. There you go. Perfect.
So basically everything along Northwest 60th Terrace is going to need the special exception, as well as the interior side yard, which faces the additional property because it says 7 feet right there. Is that, am I reading that correctly?
107.
Oh, just kidding.
Just the length.
It's
Okay,
just the
put it
length.
in there.
I needed to literally scroll on my document. And yep, that's the section that needs the special exception, facing 60th Terrace.
Just that northernmost portion.
That red line, right?
Red line, that pink line, I believe.
Okay, so it's all the red. Okay.
Is it because the fence is in front of the structure relative to the street?
It's, yeah, it's back behind the structure that faces, scrolling again, North Chatham Avenue. So that's technically that can be in the interior side yard.
Bring up the property owner's PowerPoint. Give me just a moment. Yeah.
Sure.
Mhm,
Yeah,
mhm.
please do, Chris. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, well, in working in the process, I apologize. I was under the impression it was just the side facing the street, so that was a correction there. But yeah, basically what we're presenting here is a supplement to this, is a modification. We're still asking for the variance for the 2 feet, but would you go to the next slide? So what we're instead suggesting is a metal fence to cover this area. After feedback from the neighbors and learning more about irrigation around the house, we believe that metal has greater durability and greater, aesthetic benefits. So this photo is from driving on North Chatham, turning onto the terrace. And if you zoom in, that flag there is the property line, and what we have, we'll continue to the diagram in a moment, but the fence line is further set back from the sidewalk, so it's actually 140 inches from the street. So what I mean to convey here is by putting in a fence on this side, right, at the intersection, we're not obfuscating the view of pedestrians or creating a undue burden on drivers that doesn't exist today, given that the visibility is maintained. And further, based on feedback from our other neighbor about backing out of their driveway, we worked with a fencing company to not just switch material, but also propose a cutout, so that if they wish to continue backing out of the driveway, as opposed to backing into the house, of course, this will be set back at the westernmost point, that corner there, the star indicates, will be a gap of 260 inches. So in other words, an average sedan is 175 inches. A larger SUV is around low 200. So the idea here is to create, both for anyone entering from 60th Terrace to that house, or for them or any future resident backing out, it's about creating a cutout of the fence, just to improve visibility. And then we did.
Can I clarify one thing?
Oh,
When you
yeah,
say
please.
cutout, do you just mean it's not a full right angle, or it's actually a hole in the fence?
No, it is it's no longer a 90-degree
Okay,
angle,
it's
so
just
it's,
angled.
yeah,
It's not,
apologies.
it's not cut out, it's not open. It's
Correct.
still-
I'm
okay.
sorry. We're more
No.
cutting off the corner.
Okay, perfect.
To create that
Thank you.
angle. And just to help you understand, this is the material we switched to. So our thought here was, again, taking into consideration everyone's feedback, right? And thinking about balancing privacy and safety. We have a 1-year-old, and so the safety is paramount. So we're happy to compromise on material, absorb the cost of that change, and this is the exact model and type of fence would be putting in. And this is shown more just to demonstrate the visibility, right? Although it's not going in the front yard, and that's of course not allowed, just to maintain that. And then this is a notarized approval from the HOA of our neighborhood for this metal fence. And I brought the print copy as well, just to validate the authenticity of the image, if that's of interest. But
So we'll admit as Exhibit 12, that notarized statement. Thank you, Mr. Moore. So the metal fence, the picket fence, if you want to call it that, that'll be the fence surrounding the property. Is that correct?
The entirety, the proposal here is the entirety of the fence, and the variance would be for the exception for this exact material. There's no blended wood and metal or anything. It is continuously the wrought iron design.
And is there a gate someplace within that?
Yeah, there are actually two gates. If you go back. Right, pause there. Yep, so I'm not very good at Photoshop, but the gate would be on 60th Terrace there, along the street. A second gate would be in the smaller red portion. That's the gap between the house and plantings that are in place there.
Just questioning on it. Thank you. Jazz. All right, great. Board members, any other questions? And do we have a comment from someone in the audience? Yeah, why don't you come up to the podium and we'll swear you in. And I think we had someone in the virtual audience as well. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
And please state your name for the court reporter.
Thank you. My name is Mark Coulter. I'm an attorney with Rouse Fretz White Goss, but for the purposes of this hearing, I'm also the neighbor directly to the southeast.
Okay.
I am here. Christopher, Mr. Moore has been fantastic to work with.
I'm going to pause you right there. I don't see a microphone over there. Do you guys?
Yeah,
Ah,
there.
sorry.
It's right there.
It blends in with your coat. Sorry.
Perfect alignment.
Yeah.
He's been very considerate. We've had some great discussions about it. And I know that speaking for myself and my wife, we're very appreciative of the move to the metal fence. I think my request here would be that it be a special condition, just in case something were to change. Just keep it to make it clear that the extra variance special exception is granted only for metal, if that's a possibility. I've done a number of these over the years. I've never done a special exception for a 2-foot. This is very, very unique niche practice of law variances on corner lots. So not too many people are familiar with it. In fact, now I might be the most experienced in Kansas City on them. But to that point, and as he admitted, as he acknowledged, there's a significant since we moved in November of 22. Both of them on his lot's property. He was not owner of the property then. But I do know that the Sodans who are online waiting and are next door have some concerns. This is their driveway. Accommodated a little bit with the cutout. That's good. Terrace is actually a very, very challenging street. That intersection between Chatham and 60th Terrace is quite dangerous. People run it, people fly down. What you can't see on that is all downgrade coming from the higher elevation is at the bottom of the picture, moves down. People run that stop sign there at that T intersection, and it is a T intersection that looks like it's four-way. It's not. That's a dead end there to the north. But there was an accident just in front of this house, I think within the last month. It has not been very recent. So people fly through there. People aren't paying attention. Like a prototypical planned community, there's a lot of curves. There's a lot of turns where you can't see what's happening. So our safety is our main concern. That is also the corner for the bus stop. So I did not speak on the Southeast Elementary. That's where my daughters go. We're in that school district. And that's where they wait for the bus. So just making sure that visibility is there is paramount. But again, I think we appreciate the efforts to sort of meet in the middle. And our main concern and request, rather than a continuance or straight up opposition, is that it be conditional on materials.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Coulter.
Absolutely.
Mr. Moore, do you have an objection to that?
Oh, I think that's very reasonable.
Okay.
And I want to make a metal fence. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Good. We have Mr. Soden in the office or in the audience.
We have Travis and Mary Jo online.
Would you turn on your microphones and
Joe Marie,
oh,
excuse
Joe
me.
Marie. Would you turn on your microphones, please? There, I see a picture. And can you speak and so we can hear you?
Yes, hello.
Hi there. Thanks for coming online with us. I'm going to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
Yes, I do.
And please state your name for the court reporter.
Joe Marie Soden.
Thank you, Ms. Soden. Was there another person with you or is just you there?
It's just me, but my husband is also on. He's not here though.
Okay, if he wants to
Is
give
he on?
testimony,
Yeah, he's raised his hand and declined the promotion several times.
so what should we do?
He's connected.
Is he up? Is he? Oh,
All right. I
there
think
you
I'm
are.
here.
Mr. Soden, please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
And please state your name again for the court reporter.
Travis Soden.
Thank you, Mr. Soden. Who you both can speak, but if someone wants to take the lead, tell us your concerns on this case today.
Yeah, I mean, and Mark talked about it. Obviously, in kind of the similar situation as Christopher as well. But yeah, safety is our primary concern. I think the metal fence is great. I do appreciate that cutout and that consideration there for kind of angling the fence. It looks good in theory on where it sits, but I don't know in practice like what that would actually look like from us actually back when we back out. Our driveway is kind of curved, and it's a busy street. Kids roll down there on that sidewalk all the time in the street. So yeah, busy intersection. I'm unsure about what the line of sight looks like in practice. I do have a lower car, that sits lower. So I think the reason that these kind of rules are in place of 4 feet are there for a reason. I think probably mostly safety, I would imagine. So I'm kind of uncertain. I'd like to do a little bit more research, quite honest with you, and put some posts up that are 6 feet, just kind of do our due diligence that, to kind of line that out. Yeah. Looking from above, it looks fine. But again, in practice, I think we need to do a little bit more research on it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Soden. Joe Marie, what's your comments?
Yeah, no, I think with Mark and my husband both said exactly our concern. It's really just the safety aspect. And, we want to make sure that kids coming down the street can see us. We can see them, cars coming. We just don't want any additional accidents than the one that we already had. My son was going out into the street to get a ball when that accident happened. So it's a difficult lot. It's just a difficult lot. We have a difficult driveway. We've had people hit our mailbox before too. So it's just a tough spot. So we just want to make sure everything is addressed.
Thank you, Mrs. Soden. And to Mr. Soden as well, part of the conditions it'll be a picket or a wrought iron type fence with visibility all the way through it. I personally like those kind of fences myself because sometimes a solid fence can give you more isolation and you don't really know what's going on behind the fence. So that's why I like the open fence personally. But your comments are well taken, Sodens, and same for Mr. Coulter. So board members, any questions of the applicant and or the Sodens and or the Coulters? Mr. Coulter.
Chairman, I have a question on the security issue. Have you reported this to the city and the signage company? I mean, the signage part of the city?
Yeah, we've are you talking about like the busy street? Is that what you're referring to?
For the children and speeders? The ones
Yeah,
that have the stop sign?
thank you for asking that question. And I think our other neighbor across the street, Stan Pudens, has called I don't know, probably 40 or 50 times to try to get the issue addressed. You know, we've talked about potential for speed bumps there, as well as just getting patrol. I think they've had, you know, the police would come out, and I think within like 10 or 15 minutes, they probably had 10 or 15 tickets from all the speeding and running the stop sign there. So it is definitely something that we've been pushing. I don't know what the best way how to go about it, but we've definitely done a lot for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, and can I also add to that too?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, we so the Pudenzes are on as well. Sophia across the street from us, her and I have both called the city multiple times and have tried to get somebody to come out to look at having speed bumps across our neighborhood on the other side, which is quite a distance from here. They did put in some speed bumps. It's a different subdivision technically, but they did put in speed bumps over there. But on our street, no matter how many times we've left messages or called, we just can't get anything figured out. But like my husband said, we have had the police out and they have given lots of tickets.
All right. Well, thank you for that, Mrs. Soden. I appreciate your testimony.
Mhm.
Board members, any other questions or comments and or motions?
I will say that in the staff report, the diagram shows the fence going like right up to the property line. But in the applicant's presentation, it appears a bit further back.
Right, in the applicant's presentation, this is revised, so.
Okay.
To be revised. So. All right. Buddy?
I'd say I normally don't like taller
I know,
fences on
I know you don't.
corners.
I know you don't.
It's not, think that we have, 4 foot for a reason, but it does sound like there are a lot of accidents in this area and there are a lot of kids in this area. The fact that it's transparent, I feel like goes a long way to kind of making amends in the neighborhood. Open and transparent as possible. So with that, I'd offer a motion.
Go ahead.
In case number 33, I move to grant the applicant's request in accordance with site plan and staff, or the revised site plan and staff report.
All right. And can you mention about the visibility of the fence? You know, it's got to be a wrought iron type.
Maintain a metal current fence.
Motion, second, anyone?
Second.
Second, Mr. Gorence?
Gorence,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright, Hayes,
Aye.
and Ebbets.
Aye. Motion's approved. Good luck with your fence and your neighbors.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Coulter, for coming down. Say hello to Miss Jensen.
Okay.
Yep.
And if the board doesn't mind, I'm gonna give my presentation from this seat just to
Perfect.
avoid the back and forth that I have to do. So now we're focusing on docket item 8. This is case CD BZA 2024-6. This is for 8170 Northwest Prairie View Road. This is a request to appeal zoning violations related to a non-conforming sign on about 0.8 acres, generally located at 8170 Northwest Prairie View Road. We have the applicant in the room with us, and this is a reminder for anyone who wishes to provide public testimony on this particular item to please raise their hand now in Zoom or approach the microphone so we can swear you in for the public hearing. And I am the staff planner associated with this case.
And anyone in the live or virtual audience? who's on
There
this
are,
case?
I'm admitting them now. Zoom's running a little slow on my computer. We have a Brandon, a Dan, and a Howard.
So I'm going to swear everyone in at one time. So Brandon, can you turn on? And you said David, Anna?
Brandon and Dan.
Okay. And they both are lit up, it looks like. Your microphone's on, Brandon and Dan. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. I'm going to swear everybody in. Please raise your, and including Mr. Zarda, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Okay, I'm
I
going to
do.
start with each one of you. Mr. Zarda, please state your name for the court reporter.
Andrew Zarda.
Thank you. And was it Dan in the virtual audience?
Yep. Yes.
And
Dan
what's your-
Nelson.
Say one more time.
Yep. Dan Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. And the other person,
Brandon?
Brandon?
Yes, sir.
I think I heard you say I do.
And
Could you-
Howard?
Could you?
Sorry.
What is the last name? I can't see it. Brandon, say one more time your name.
Brandon Haverty.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Haverty. And I think I heard you say I do, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, sir.
Howard?
There was a Howard out there too. I didn't see him.
He's connected. Howard, you need to turn on your microphone and camera. Howard? If you're trying to speak, we can't hear you. You're still muted. You need to unmute yourself and turn on your camera.
Howard?
Howard is another representative of the owner of the property.
Okay.
So-
Is that him? No. All right. All right. So we'll let that one die. Mr. Zarda, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 12 we need to hear for your case today. Can we admit those?
Yes.
Thank you. Part of the presentation is by Ms. Anna. Anna, please tell us about the case.
Great, thank you. So as previously mentioned, we're focusing on docket item.
There's other things on this other screen. I know we can see it up there, but both screens aren't displaying, as long as Miss Wright can see okay, I guess.
And that only happened with me sharing my screen.
As long as things are shared fine, we can just look at this one,
Okay,
It's up there, just, it's,
all in
Oh.
the corner, so
It's good.
don't worry about it.
are you sure? Are you sure? Okay. For those online, Dan, real quick, can you confirm that you see my PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, I do.
Okay, focusing on docket item 8, this is case CD BZA 2024-6. The location in question is 8170 Northwest Prairie View Road. We have a zoning district of B2-2, and the applicant is appealing zoning violations related to a non-conforming sign. The site in question is located in the Northland portion of Kansas City, particularly if anyone's familiar with the Zona Rosa area and the AMC Theater that is directly across the street of the highway. This is the location in question, highlighted in yellow, adjacent to Northwest Prairie View Road and I-29. And the notice of violation that is being appealed states that the owner maintained a premises with a non-conforming on-site commercial advertising sign, which has been deemed abandoned in the subject zoning district, and this type of sign is not allowed and must be removed. Just for a little refresher, that pole signs are no longer an approved sign type. We have lots of other sign types: monument signs, wall signs, roof signs, depending on what part of the city you are in, wayfinding signs, etc. But pole signs are no longer, like newly constructed pole signs, are no longer permitted. When you do have a non-conforming pole sign, those pole signs may stay on the property, but there are some criteria that must be met in order to maintain that sign. Once it's been deemed abandoned or it's blank, it's advertising a business that's no longer on the site, it's in disrepair, it's, then it is considered abandoned and then it is ordered to remove. This is an image from Google Street View where it is from April 2019. You can see the previously business parties and there, and then the pole sign is right over my cursor. It's in red. And you can see the straight line view between Prairie View Road and the highway. And then this is the subject property now. This is a Google Street image from November of 2023. You can see that the business is no longer there. They're advertising the site for sale. And then the pole sign in question is also advertising in that same fashion. These are images from the inspection, also taken in November of 2023. Again, the business appears to be vacant. The other wall sign / roof sign was also removed. And then the pole sign is advertising for the sale of the property in the building. Additional inspections did occur. This one is from December of 2023, as well as, again, the site still appearing to be vacant. The building is vacant. More advertisement for the sale of the property, lease of the property, as well as a third inspection in January of 2024. This time we see that the pole sign has been filled with a coming soon sign for a business, Kansas City Cannabis. We have found no record of a business license for Kansas City Cannabis being at 8170 Northwest Prairie View Road. And this is also a reminder that off-site premise signs are also prohibited in this location, which is what the sign would be considered since it's advertising a business that's not active on the site. Some things to note from the applicant's appeal report. So this is information gathered when the applicant files for an appeal of this time. They were asked lots of questions about what they feel like their grievances are, the code case in question, all of that. Some information that I've gleaned from them addresses email communications with city staff. That city staff was Joe Rexwinkle, the former manager of our division, where the property owner and him are acknowledging, okay, this business is leaving the site. How do we maintain this pole sign? And Joe Rexwinkle describes that there really is no way to keep it unless if there is an active business on site. And then some of the inspections that our city staff conducted corresponding with claims of use on the property in that appeal report, where it talks about this being a satellite office. This type of use, as we have the precedent set with the fast stop sign, if anyone remembers that from a meeting or two ago, where they were claiming that that was being used as a satellite office, where we do not consider that to be a primary use on the site. So the sign would have to correspond with that, but as well as when our inspectors go out, there being no evidence of it being used as an office site as well, with changes of uses and other business licenses that would also suggest that use being there, which we've not found documents for. And lastly, a statement in the document saying that by contacting the city and trying to do everything that they can to keep this sign, that the property owner is significantly worse off than they would have been if they had avoided communicating with the city. And just for the record, and for other applicants listening, we want to discourage this kind of behavior of avoiding to talk to the city, because I think they're going to get a better result by not coming into compliance. So then to finalize my presentation, some key points. Again, we have no business license attached to site or commercial activity on the property to correspond with the sign. So with that and all of my previous testimony, 88-57509, an appeal may be sustained only if the BZA finds that the administrative official have erred. In this case, that would be the zoning compliant city staff, and we do not believe they made an error in applying the code to this particular site for all of the reasons I just presented. That concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
So again, to reconfirm, on November 16th, the sign was deemed abandoned, correct?
Correct.
And then a secondary inspection about 3 or 4 weeks later on December 15th still showed it was abandoned. And then on January 22nd, they had observed the same thing, that a banner was added, but you can't do that because there's no business license for that. So any other questions of Ms. Anna? Mr. Zarda? Why
Yes.
should we overturn this request?
Well, I'd like to start off by saying I'm here in response to the inspection on November 16th. That's what the claim was. So I know there were subsequent inspections and happy to address those as well. But the November 16th inspection, we did have a sign up. We did have a lease with the tenant. I understand those photos, they were taken, I believe, before 8 a.m. in the morning, or at least before 9 a.m. in the morning on a couple days before Thanksgiving. And I think if you maybe can look back at those photos, every business in that photo looks like it potentially is abandoned by no cars being in the parking lot. We do have, an affidavit from our tenant saying that they were using the premises and they were active there. To provide additional context, we contacted the city on July 19th asking, we had a tenant that declared bankruptcy, took their sign down, and immediately began taking action as soon as the bankruptcy stay was lifted to get another tenant in there and to protect our sign rights. Contacted the city, said, what do we need to do to preserve this sign? It's valuable to the property. And in response to that, we were flagged as being non-conforming. We were told that there's nothing you can do once a sign's been removed. It is non-conforming and you lose that right. Immediately, I started trying to speak. That was Mrs. Genevieve Cohn that we spoke to on July 19th. She sent a copy of the non-conforming ordinance. And on July 21st, the city website showed that that we were flagged for potential violation. I was able, after many emails and phone calls, to finally get a call scheduled with Mr. Joe Rexwinkle on August 10th. That was the earliest he was available. And by that time, we had already installed a new sign panel. We had already entered into a lease with Area for the sign. We had also already entered into a contract to sell the property to a buyer, and that was in the process of due diligence. So we took very urgent steps to try and comply, get a sign panel in there. In the meantime, we were getting no response from the city on what would be deemed compliance, despite multiple emails and phone calls trying to make sure that we would be in compliance. When I did have that call with Mr. Joe Rexwinkle and James Duddy on August 10th, we were told that the only way that the city views compliance with the code is if there is a tenant that is occupying the premises advertising their sign. Like I said, at that time, we already had a sign up. The reason the sign looks the way it does, where it says building for sale and area real estate advisors, is because we also believed in our interpretation of the code without any city assistance, that the way the code is written appears to indicate that if you're advertising something at the property or a product at the property, which in our mind included the property itself for sale, that you would be deemed in compliance with the code. So we had done that. We also, to be extra safe, had entered into a lease with Area. It's was something they opted to do and had suggested they do prior to our conversation with the city. They have multiple times had satellite offices that they've used where close to other properties where they have tenants and monitor those properties. And so they had previously had some offices towards Zona Rosa, did not have those anymore. So they elected to sign a short-term lease with us in this space. And in response to that, that call on August 10th with Mr. Rexwinkle, he said that if the city goes at the date that they do their inspection and the property's in compliance, the violation would be dismissed. If it's not in compliance, then we have to take it down within 30 days. So we believed, and we told him on the call, we believed we were in compliance and there wouldn't be an issue. And he acknowledged that, we told him we had to sign up and everything. He acknowledged that the city is more concerned with having vacant buildings than they are with vacant signs. And knowing that we were under contract, knowing that we had a lease in place, knowing that we had a sign up, he said this was going to be very low on the priority list for the city to inspect. We didn't hear anything after that, thought we were fine. On November 16th, our tenant received a call from Melissa Simon saying that she was asking about a sign on the property being out of compliance. Our tenant called us and gave us Melissa Simon's contact info. We contacted her. She would not have a call with us. She did send a few emails, but from November 16th to November 28th, she refused to have a call with us and refused to respond to emails other than saying that she'd inspected the property, didn't believe there was a tenant there, and deemed it in violation. We offered to send her an affidavit from our tenant. We offered to send her the lease. We offered to demonstrate that it was being used. Other than that one date of inspection before, typical operating hours that she went and looked at the property, she refused to communicate with us on that. So I then contacted Joe Rexwinkle to discuss and let him know believed we had done everything to be in compliance. Again, did not receive much of a response. And he initially just responded and said that again, if we didn't have somebody operating the property, that we were in violation. Said, I believe that we did, and got no response out of him, despite multiple emails and phone calls to the city, and multiple people copied on those emails requesting anybody from the city to speak to us. And from that November 28th, November 20th, we started speaking with Ms. Simon. November 28th, when I started speaking with Joe Rexwinkle, did not get any response from the city until December 28th. And eventually, that was when Mr. James Duddy responded and would finally schedule a call with us on January 3rd. On that January 3rd call, we learned that notice had been sent out of violation. We never received those notices. They were not actually sent to the owner of the property, either his address or the address on file with the city or the actual entity that owns the property. They were sent to, directed at a principal of the entity, but not to any addresses that he's associated with. So we never really received notice. All those things happen, and now, the city has doubled down on their position and taken additional photos of the property now, which has a new owner. They have filed permits with the city. They are, their earliest permit was July 27th with the city, the new owner, that they started as they were getting under contract to request confirmation for zoning. They have building permits on file. They're doing everything they can to get the property ready, and they're doing renovations to that property. The tenant and the owner of the property are available to answer questions. They're two of the individuals that raised their hands to speak. So if the board has questions for them, I'm sure they'll be available to answer them. But we were unable to get a response from the city. We sold the property, not knowing that there was any violation outstanding because we were getting no correspondence from the city. And all that to say, we believe, regardless of all that we are in compliance with the code for multiple reasons. One, the code itself, the language, which, if I may say, is poorly written for anyone trying to comply with it, but the language itself says, on-site commercial signs will be deemed abandoned if they are blank or if they advertise a business, activity, product, or service that is no longer operating or available on the property. That indicates that at some point it was available. It's now been vacated and it's no longer available. And when it's no longer available, if you have a sign advertising a business that was there, is vacated and left, and is still there, I understand that should be deemed abandoned. But when we've been cooperating with the city, contacting the city, installing a new sign, trying to advertise both the property for sale, believing that satisfies this, and a tenant at the property, believing that this clearly satisfies this, including the city's direct interpretation of it, we believe we've done everything we can do. And now they're asserting, which I think is irrelevant to this actual hearing, that the new owner is in violation because they are doing renovations to the property and have a coming soon sign up there. Again, I would advocate that still is in compliance because it is not advertising a business that is no longer at the property. It's advertising a business that is coming, indicating a clear intention of preserving the sign use and activity at the property. So all those things, like I said, we believe we are in compliance because, one, according to the city's interpretation, we had a tenant, we had a lease, and I think it's a very dangerous precedent for city inspectors to be going in looking at buildings and especially during off hours and determining that the tenant's use is not sufficient enough to deem occupancy of the property and that somehow constitutes abandonment or vacancy of that building. I also believe, and like I said, we have an affidavit from the tenant saying they were using it. So I believe we were in compliance with that. I also believe we were in compliance by advertising the property for sale. And I don't know what more we could have done to try and cooperate with the city. We corresponded at length with very little response and no guidance. So we did the best that we could to maintain compliance and clearly demonstrated there was no intention to abandon or to leave this sign without continuing use. So.
All right, thank you, Mr. Zarda. Questions of board members of Mr. Zarda? Yeah,
So just to clarify, even at this moment in time, the signage that's on that pole sign does not advertise the business that's within.
At this time, I'll have to let the current owner and tenant speak to that, but at this time, it advertises a tenant that has a lease in place and has permits in place with the city that they're waiting on approval from to finalize, but they're doing work at the property. They are active leasing and in place. They're just, obviously there's a lag time to do serious remodels and investment in the building to fix it up, and they have to get all their permits approved. And some of those are, I believe, on pause while this is proceeding, so.
so Anna, just to clarify, the picture that we saw earlier showed, I think it was dated November 16th, I think is what you showed. Do you mind showing that to us again? Taken by the inspector. I think it shows coming soon, or maybe just shows for release. I can't remember what it says.
Bear with Zoom.
That's what I kind of recall too.
Yep. So in November of 2023, which was the initial inspection, it's the same date that the notice of violation was sent. This is the photographs from, a few photographs from that inspection. And this is in December.
If I may, that photo previously, it looks like those are boards or something. That's just a brick wall. In case anybody's thinking.
No, I'm looking at the pole sign is what I'm looking
Okay,
at.
but it's just the building, it looks more vacant from that photo than, because the blinds are down and things then.
Right.
And then this is December 2023.
Same signs up there, right? The same pole
Right
sign.
here, yes.
I don't know, excuse me. I don't know if it adds any relevance.
Not yet. Give us a second. Hold on.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And then January 2024.
That's the coming soon.
Correct.
And then, okay. It's the other ones that I'm concerned about. Okay. Thank you for that clarification, Anna. We had Dan and Brandon. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Any other questions of fellow board members for the time being? Dan Nelson and Brandon Haverty. Who wants to go first?
Yeah, Dan Nelson can, if that's okay.
Sure.
Yeah, if you go back to that picture number 7 with the green circle on the side window on your slideshow, please. That would be the December inspection picture.
Okay, we're going to look at that in just a second. It's there on your screen, sir.
Yep, the green circle there, just to show due diligence on our part. I'm Dan Nelson, I'm the CEO, managing partner principal for Kansas City Cannabis. That right there, that green circle is a quit bid. So we were already in process to vacate the premise of any restaurant equipment to get prepped for any demo coming forth once our architects turned in applications in January or the beginning of February to the city. I also started zoning conversations at the end of July with the planning department, knowing that, you know, the cannabis industry is very strict on where we move properties. So we couldn't sign a lease until I got some sort of communication from the city that we were in compliance with the cannabis code that's for Kansas City. And then I could relay that to the state to move forward. So, and it took some time for that. And that kind of was also the trigger for us, you know, signing a lease with Brandon Haverty, which is our property owner. So just to add some context to our timeline.
But you don't dispute in November of 2023 that the pole sign, which is really why we're here. The pole
Correct.
sign says property for sale.
Correct. But also too, I'm in agreement with our council that we were doing everything in our power to move forward as fast as possible to maintain that post sign.
Okay. I understand what you're saying, but the rules are the rules, sir. So.
I understand.
Yeah. There was a case on 39th Street, similar to what you're going through right now, maybe 3 months ago, maybe less. And they had very good justification for their sign, their pole sign. It was a kind of like a quick trip. It's called Fast Stop. And we told them they had to take it down because they didn't follow the rules. So it's not like you're off a week or two, sir. You're way off. Your coming soon sign didn't go up till January, way past the deadline of when that should have gone up. So that's just my opinion.
That separate than so that's the, not why we're here, November 16th. My client owned the property on November 16th.
Right.
After that, we've got the cannabis coming in and doing their thing. That was after the property had been sold.
When did the existing sign go down? Was it a Hardee's? I couldn't tell from the logo.
Yes. Yeah, it was a
When did
Hardee's.
that go down, sir?
It went down on April 30th, we think. Hardee's declared bankruptcy. They took it down overnight, and we immediately started the process of sending them a default notice. And because of a bankruptcy stay, we were not able to do anything to the property for a period of time. As soon as that came down was when we started contacting the city just to check if we needed a permit or anything to replace the sign face. And that was what triggered the violation. Again, we're not dealing with a situation where somebody complained about it, but a situation where we essentially self-reported and trying to be compliant.
All right. Brandon, do you want to make any comments? Mr. Haverty, or did Dan do it for you?
No, I'd like to add a few things if I could, and I'll be brief. I understand there's a large docket. Appreciate you all hearing us. My name's Brandon Haverty. I'm the owner of the property there. We've had previous dealings with Dan in other jurisdictions, but we are very well versed, I'd like to think, in the sign code. And from a standpoint of reasonableness in this situation on what we could have possibly done, as a way of introduction, we have developed Verizon's, Starbucks, Hawaiian Bros, all in Kansas City, Missouri, amongst other projects. We've certainly and recently developed monument signs and not pylon signs in those properties to be in line with the current code standards. This property specifically on I-29 is the access to this site is not great. It's solely a visibility play for businesses, and we were able to identify Dan in Kansas City, Cannabis, who is a top flight operator in that space. And if you've seen any of the other buildings they operate in, it's truly first class, and we want to make this one that as well. But part of the interest in this site for Dan was the interstate visibility, and obviously the pylon sign comes into play with that. And so, given the bankruptcy, with Hardee's not being able to get control and access to a property during a bankruptcy hearing, signing a lease with area real estate partners to operate a satellite office, put up the signage, and then put up the Kansas City Cannabis coming soon sign. From a reasonableness standpoint, I think we've done everything we can, and I hope by by our presentation, you can see how proactive of a group we are. We were trying to be above board every step of the way. And, you know, in conclusion, we redeveloped along John Silver's, a block to the north where Starbucks currently is. They have a pylon sign. And we had some dealings with the city on that and how we, you know, went through that process. That one was a little bit different. In fact, there wasn't a bankruptcy and we were able to pull permits and start construction relatively quickly just because it worked out from a timing standpoint. But there's a significant capital investment that's going to be made in this property. A pylon sign, a significant component of that to operate this business. And I just hope that, you know, there is a code. And I think, as Andrew did very eloquently in his case, explain how we don't think we were in violation of it. But from a reasonableness standpoint, I'd like to think the committee can see that, you know, what else could this group done with the timeline they've got with the permitting process in Kansas City, Missouri. I feel like we've done a very good job, and I hope that's taken into account during the vote.
Thank you, Mr. Haverty. Appreciate it. Do we have someone else? I saw Mr. Freiberg.
Yes. He's also part of the applicant team.
Okay. Mr. Freiberg, I'm going to have to swear you in because I don't think I have you yet. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
And do you have a camera, sir, or just
I'm a little bit behind technology wise. I apologize. I do see Dan and Brandon online. I don't see myself.
Okay, well, that's fine. Tell us what your concerns in this matter are today, sir.
My concerns are that we really did have our hands tied legally through the bankruptcy court for a period of time. We weren't allowed to do anything. We had to apply, you know, we had to respect the federal bankruptcy laws. And when we were able to, we immediately put up a sign. We got a tenant. The tenant did occupy the space. I will say that as a real estate broker myself in the East, Area Real Estate Advisors is a real estate brokerage firm, and they do not stay in the office all day long for having somebody to come by and peer in the window and see nobody there. Real estate brokers come and go from their office space. They go out to properties and do listing agreements, get exclusive agreements, and they come and go. So to assume this building was vacant is inaccurate and unfair. If you're in the real estate brokerage business, KC Cannabis is coming in. They are wanting to beautify and fix up the property. They do need the pylon sign for marketing purposes. The more people that come in through the pylon sign to KC Cannabis will also visit the other stores in the shopping center area. And this is a big plus because as more people come in, they will go to more than one store and do business. And I would hope that the zoning board would consider being very, very proactive business-wise and to promote businesses and to lend a hand and be a resource for business owners in this area. In addition to that, as a member of the LLC that did own the building during Hardy's stay, we never, and I repeat, we never got properly served with any notice of violation at any point in time, despite multiple efforts with Mr. Huey to change the corporate address from Hardy's to our LLC back in Norwalk, Connecticut. It went on deaf ears until last month. I got a letter for the very first time in the mail stating the March 12th, 2024 zoning board meeting. So there's been a lack of communication. It is very difficult to communicate with the city. I felt I had to jump through hoops, and I just would hope that the board would look at this in a very positive light. You have a brand new owner coming in. Welcome this brand new owner. Do not tie any hands behind their back, please. We'll
Thank you, Mr. Freiberg, for your testimony. It's appreciated. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well,
I think when it comes to these pole signs, it seems like it can be very frustrating for the property owner. But it seems to me that the code is just pretty clear and that the intention seems to be to get rid of these signs gradually over time. And with the fast stop precedent of, advertising the sale of the building not being active business, that's where I'm at.
If I may also just note, this wasn't our primary argument, but as Howard stated, we never actually received official notice, and the code does require that once a non-conforming sign is deemed abandoned and notice is given. We never received any sort of proper notice. Regardless, I understand that it, probably feels clear to you all at this point, having dealt with multiple hearings on this issue, what the code says. But as an attorney who's trained to interpret law and code and everything, I still couldn't read this and understand that the expectation is that if a tenant takes down their sign, that sign is completely lost and it's abandoned. I don't think that's in line with the intent of the legislation behind it. I do believe it's clear in here that when there's a building no longer operating, that is to imply that would be abandoned if there was a sign that was then abandoned with the building being left versus installing new signs and trying to be in compliance. Obviously, this is something you guys hear a lot of because there's a lot of confusion for property owners on how to comply with this. Right now, there's literally no way to comply if a tenant takes down their sign, if anything happens, and that is very anti-business. And if the city's goal is to literally just remove all these signs, then that does have a really dramatic impact on property owners that have these signs. And I do think people aren't aware of that, and people are purchasing and buying these properties with these pole signs, not realizing that if they have a turnover in a tenant or anything happens, that sign is fully at risk of being removed. And I don't believe that was the intention of the city. I don't know for sure. It's certainly the interpretation of the codes department, but it has a dramatic effect on the value of anybody in this city that owns a property that has a pole sign right now. There's no way that you can comply and keep that pole sign unless you are going to occupy it 100% of the time you own it forever, indefinitely.
And that's the intent of our code, I think, at this point in time. So I think what we're looking at here is, did city staff err? And if what they're going with is the code and having the 30 days and having a business occupying the building that is advertised on the sign, I don't see that they not have a business in that building at the time, therefore the sign. I'm just one board member.
And you all do have discretion to interpret the code differently than the city. And
We do, which is true. But I think as we look at appeals in particular, it really is, did the city staff err? That is what we are looking at. And I
Right.
think in my opinion, they followed the code, and I don't believe they erred.
Any other board member comments? Not, I would entertain a motion.
I'd like to offer a motion on case number 6. I'd like to offer
8,
that.
sorry.
What?
8.
8, case number.
It's docket item 8, case number 6, just for
Docket item
clarification.
8, case number 6. I move that we reject the applicant's request to appeal zoning violations related to a non-conforming sign.
Okay. I have a motion. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
By Ms. Mixdorf. Anna, please call the roll.
Gorantz.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
And Evans. The motion passes.
Yep. Okay, we're break time. We're gonna take 15 minutes and we'll be back at 11:10.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I know, I'm not sure.
Like in circuit court.
All right, after our break. Thank you. So we're back live after our break. Anna, tell us about the next case.
Understood. So now we are focusing on docket item number 9. This is case CD SUP 2023-20. This is for 3400 Highland Avenue. This is a request to approve a special use permit in District R2.5, which is a residential zoning district, to allow for public and civic uses for the reuse of Franklin Elementary School as a community center and KCSD operation offices on about 4.5 acres, generally located on the north side of East 35th Street between Highland Avenue on the east and Wayne Avenue on the west. Olufu Agbaji is the staff planner associated with this case. We have 9 exhibits associated with this particular project, and the applicant team is in the room with us. This is a reminder for anyone who wishes to provide testimony on this particular case to please raise their hand in Zoom now or approach the microphone so we can administer the oath to you for public testimony purposes.
Perfect. Olaf, we swore you in earlier, didn't we? Okay, thank you.
Good.
So do we have Mr. Morgan? Oh, great. Please both you guys raise your right hands to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today? Please state your name again for the court reporter. Thank you.
Doug Loveland.
Thank you, Mr. Loveland. There's a list of administrative exhibits labeled. Sorry, it's going to take me a second to find them. Anybody see them? How many are there? 12?
Content-wise,
Olafu? How many exhibits?
8.
Right. So we need, Mr. Morgan or who's ever going to be speaking, we need to admit those to hear your case today. Do we have your approval to admit those 8 administrative exhibits? Thank you. Part of that is a presentation by Olafu. Please tell us about the case, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Olafu Agbaji, City Planning and Development staff. This next case is a request for reapproval of a special use permit by the Kansas City School District, Franklin Elementary School, Island. Again, the project is located kind of in the midtown, just south of downtown area, and specifically at the southwest corner of Linwood Boulevard.
Closer to the mic.
Linwood Boulevard to the north and Bruce R. Watkins Drive to the east. Again, as you can see, the project is bordered by Highland on the east, Wayne Avenue on the west, and it's just north of Armour Boulevard. So I'm back in 2018. The board approved a special use permit for the reuse of the school, and it was supposed to be used as offices for the KC School District, also as a community center for the neighborhood. And due to circumstances, this was never done, and eventually they started operation or tried to move in 2023, and we discovered that they never fulfilled the original, thus the request for the reapproval. So today's application is to reapprove that application that lapsed since 2018 for you, so they can do the reuse. And there's just a slight difference that makes life easy for both the city planning and also for the residents around the area. So they had to do a new public engagement, and the reason was that they had moved a lot of equipment, which is a snowplow equipment and other things, onto the site, which was not properly screened. And over time, we've been working with them to relieve that. What happened is that the school district now, as a result of discussion with staff, decided to move the equipment to a separate location that's not intrusive into the neighborhood. Like that, they had a public engagement back in February, and that was one of the outcome. They had a public engagement with the Ivanhoe Neighborhood Council, Boston Heights Neighborhood Association, Passaic Heights Neighborhood. So, and the summary is attached of that neighborhood. So as a result of that, they decided to move equipment, which is snow plows and other heavy equipment, salt stuff. So they did now provide revised landscaping plan that meets the code. And this is a view of the site looking to the northeast, Wayne and 35th. All this equipment you see down here are going to move outside, and then a landscaping plan will be provided for what is to be just a parking lot. This is the school site, and this is the landscaping plan provided. This went to City Plan Commission, and again, we went through the criteria. This was approved before in 2018, and City Plan Commission's recommendation this time is for approval for a 1-year period to see what it looks like and come back, and following what the site looks like, you could grant them the approval in perpetuity. So again, went to City Plan Commission in February. Recommendation was for approval, subject to condition, granting it for 1 year. Staff's recommendation also is for approval, subject to the conditions that are.
Thank you, Olafu. Board members, any questions of Olafu? Right, Mr. Morgan, why should we grant your request today, sir? Are you
Well,
speaking or is your associate?
I'll let
Doug?
Doug start and then I'll piggyback on Doug.
Okay, go ahead, Doug.
Fundamentally, I think the district's goal here is to use a building that they have on their inventory that would otherwise be not a benefit to the surrounding neighborhood, improve the building, improve the site, and provide a little energy to this piece. It occupies almost half a city block. It's a significant piece of that neighborhood. They're not in a position to use it as a school at this point, but they can use it for a positive function. And one of the negotiated items that's been in discussion on this the entire time is being able to provide some of the building for community use as well. It's an older elementary school that has a gymnasium, obviously, but also has an auditorium. A lot of these smaller, older auditoriums have smaller elementaries have auditoriums here in KCMO. And so there's been a lot of discussion with the neighborhood about ways to leverage that as a resource for the neighborhood and not just have it be a building in the middle of the block.
There's also opportunity for shared office use in the building. So auditorium, gym, shared office space for the community groups. And so upon assumed approval, we'll be working with them to set up a community use agreement for the building, parameters around ADA, parameters around entry and things like that, security, working with staff to make sure they have the availability to use the building as they see fit. So we just like to provide that opportunity to the community.
Finally, one of the departments that will occupies the building now is the police department for the school district. So this is a complete turnover for the building from an unoccupied building that had an opportunity to become a nuisance, although it did not because it's not a neighborhood where that's an issue as often. To flip it completely over to be a building that has uniformed officers, dispatch center in the building 24 hours a day. It appeared from my chair to be a very positive possibility for the neighborhood.
Sure. Any other questions of Mr. Doug or Mr. Morgan?
Do you have any issues with the plan conditions that were laid forth by CPC?
No, I've got them here in front of me. We've got a couple of items to work with codes on. That's item number 5 to get that certificate of occupancy lined up. We're queued up and ready to go with those. We wanted to get through this process before we were presumptuous enough to submit for permit on a couple of things. The other items, the district is working independently with an engineer to get the lighting understood. Number 2 and number 3 are on the landscape architect that's been doing the design work for me.
Yeah. Where are the district offices now, Whitney?
2901 Troost Avenue.
Okay. In the health department building?
Old Nazarene Publishing House.
Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Board members, any other questions or motions? Thank you.
Docket number 9, case number 20. I move we grant the applicant's request in accordance with site plan, staff report, and the conditions therein.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Thank you, Mr. Gorence.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
and Evans.
Aye. Your project's approved. Good luck with it, and maybe we'll see you in a year for the final approval, so to
Thank
speak.
you.
Yeah. Thanks, Olafu. Hope your son's doing better.
Okay, now we've got docket item 10. This is case CD BZA 2024-18 for 4418 East 9th Street. This is a request to approve a variance to infill vehicular use standards to permit a driveway on an infill lot, plus any additional variances on about 0.08 acres, generally located at 4418 East 9th Street. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner associated with this case. We do have 9 exhibits on this case as well. And this is a reminder for anyone who's a part of the applicant team or any members of the general public who wish to provide testimony on this particular case to please raise their hand now in Zoom.
This is the one I told you that they
That's
suddenly
right.
became unavailable from 10 to 1.
Sure enough, you're right.
Oh, so pass it off. Delay it.
Yeah, let's hold off on this one.
Okay.
We'll just do docket item 11. Sorry about that,
Okay, great.
Connor.
Oh, that's okay.
Docket item 11 is case CD BZA 2024-37. This is for 11601 East US 40 Highway. This is a request to approve a variance to the maximum size of a wall sign, plus any additional variances on about 16.9 acres, generally located at 11601 East US 40 Highway. If you are a member of the applicant team or a member of the public who wishes to provide testimony on this particular site, applicant team can sit at the desk. Please raise your hand now or approach the microphone so we can swear you in for public testimony. Okay, we have another member of the applicant team online. Lisa is
You want to
connected.
swear both those people in? I see Miss Collins there, I'm guessing. Lisa.
Yes, I'm here.
Lisa, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great. I'm not sure if you have a camera. We see your smiley face, but please turn on your camera if you've got one and raise your right hand to be sworn. Both of you guys. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Thank you. Thank you. And Miss Lisa, you go first. Please state your name for the court reporter.
Lisa Collins with BRR Architecture.
Thank you. And
Yasmin Badawi with BRR Architecture.
thank you. And sorry, 8 administrative exhibits. I'm almost there.
9.
9. There are a list of who's speaking on the case. You? Thank you, Jasmine. Both of you. There's a list of 9 administrative exhibits we must admit to hear your case today. Do we have your permission to do that?
Yes.
Great. One of those is a presentation by Mr. Tomlin. Connor, please tell us about the case.
Okay, today we have CDBZA 2024-37, located at 11601 East US 40 Highway, UR zoning district. The applicant is seeking approval of a variance to approve a wayfinding sign, incidental wayfinding sign, for a Walmart Health Center, plus any additional variances. This is the general location of the site. This is a closer look at the site itself. To the north is a different jurisdiction. This is a look at the sign itself. These are the measurements for that sign. The variance request is a variance of 51.26 square feet to the maximum size of an incidental sign to permit an incidental sign size of 57.26 square feet on the subject site, which is an 854% increase. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. Zoning and Development Code prohibits signs of such excessive size and number to reduce the over proliferation of signage on particular sites and facades, or concentrated in neighborhoods, commercial districts, etc. City staff believe that the proposed site is becoming oversigned. The difficulty can be obviated through a change of design. Through further due diligence and research of the existing signage on the property, we came across a few things that is probably beneficial for you all to know to help make a determination. Research that was completed to prepare for the proposed variance has resulted in two options moving forward with this case. The first is that I just mentioned, which is considering this a wayfinding sign incidental, and making a variance to that. Seeing as most Walmarts will likely be adding this Walmart health tenant signage in the future, approving this sign variance would set a precedent moving forward for all these future Walmart health clinics that will be coming about throughout Kansas City. In this situation, city staff considers this proposed sign to be a wall sign because the Walmart Health Center is similar to a subtenant. The proposed monument sign and applicant statement featuring the medical tenants adds to that determination. The alternate option has additional background information that you should know. I mentioned this as a UR zoning, so the previously approved UR plan from February 24th of 2005 was for commercial properties in this location, Walmart included. However, there was a specific statement at the end of the signage standards within that ordinance, and it read as follows: in all regards, as relates to the Walmart building, the elevations submitted with the development plans will take precedence over the written language of the design guidelines. It is staff's interpretation of this language from the ordinance that Walmart would not be required to follow those UR design guidelines, and instead future proposed development plans from Walmart would take precedence in that situation. This later leads to an administratively approved plan for Walmart, approved on May 31st, 2016 by the director at that time. This approval allowed the current signage that exists on the building. However, that approved plan didn't include subtenant signage from what we were able to see. That being said, the best remedy to permit this unique signage situation that we've come across would be to seek an amendment to the UR plan through city council, and Walmart can propose any and all signage that they would like on this specific building. Similar to the board, there's no guarantee of approval, but that is staff's what we think would be the best route forward, seeing as a lot of these big box stores are getting seeking sign variances rather, and it's our determination this is probably the best path forward so they can get all of the signage they want all at one time. For reference, on the left here are those signage requirements from the ordinance, and highlighted in yellow is that text that I had mentioned in the previous slide. And then on the right is the administratively approved plan from the director for all of the existing signage on Walmart. This is not a practice that is done anymore in city planning, administratively approving these overall site or signage plans for buildings. Those have to go through council now. And with that, I conclude my presentation and can take any questions.
So board members, you have questions?
Okay, so back to the two options.
Yes.
For us, it looks like one of them is more of a city.
No, you guys wouldn't be able to do anything. You would they be?
No.
No, nothing.
We would pause the case or continue the case for 6 months or something to allow.
Yeah, if the board determined that option 2 was the correct route, you would either dismiss the case or continue the case to allow for that process to go through.
And then the other option is if we believe the first option's the right route, that would give us
for a wayfinding.
Yeah, to consider it incidental wayfinding and make a variance to the side.
Then we'd have a bunch of Walmarts behind them doing the same thing. Right. Okay. I, for one, would rather send it back to council because they're asking for fairly good-sized variance. And that would establish a precedent on our side to continue it forward with other people.
Can I add something?
Oh, sure, Jasmine. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So a couple of things. One, that clinic is a tenant that will be paying rent to Walmart. I don't know if that makes a difference. So it is its own separate tenant. And then the second thing is Walmart is requesting that we remove the spark. So if, I don't know, a visual would be helpful, but there's, yeah.
Are you
Uh,
saying the yellow?
Yes, so the yellow, we would remove that spark and only leave the health center. So I don't, that will obviously reduce the square footage. If that makes a difference to your decision.
Sorry. Yes. I'll add two things. If the client is acknowledging that it is a subtenant, that further backs up city staff's opinion of option 2. But then at the same time, they're requesting to remove the spark, which brings it slightly closer to the definition of a wayfinding sign. Again, it just depends on what kind of precedence the board wants to set, with the definition of what you believe this sign to be. But as city staff has determined, we think it's a wall sign because of the subtenant nature of the clinic.
I do want to add that not every Walmart in Kansas City is going to be a UR district. This is a unique situation. Most Walmarts are going to be some sort of commercial district.
So, that was my next question, because if we make the assumption that other Walmart's gonna come behind them, they won't be able to go to council? Or will going to council set the precedent for future Walmarts?
Okay. Yes, great question. So this particular situation is unique because of the UR district and the previously approved plan. They have a previously approved sign plan and they're amending that, which is why they have the council route. Other Walmarts that don't have a council approved sign plan or development plan where their standards are strictly based on the zoning and development code, this wall sign will be factored into whatever is existing now. So if they already have 3 wall signs, they won't be able to place the additional sign. And then, yeah, other variances will ensue at that point. But that's kind of the 2 branches, if I communicated that well.
And if we do option 2, it's really only for this site.
Yeah, it's this specific site.
I guess from a city staff perspective, I know. But since this is in my mind, I was originally thinking there'd be like 15 of these that would be coming through, and that made total sense, then kind of speed the process along in the future. But if it's only one, what advantage do we see going to city council versus?
Yeah, if you determined that this type of sign is an incidental sign, then regardless of the situation, all incidental signs can only be so large. And if all the Walmarts want these incidental signs to be this large, they will all need variances.
Ms. Collins, you've been kind of quiet. What's your comments?
There will be another Walmart coming up that has another health center. So the decision on this one will lead to a decision on another one in the future. We are working on that paperwork now. That being said, the health clinic does provide a service to the customers, and having signage for that service is important to direct the customers to the correct location and allow them guidance and direction on where to go.
This other store is it also in a UR district?
I do not believe so.
But it's in Kansas City, Missouri. Is that right, Ms. Collins?
Correct. We've submitted for the May variance hearing.
This one is close to Independence, Missouri, correct?
That's the one by the stadiums. Kind of to piggyback off of what Lisa said, Walmart's goal with these clinics is to provide accessible, affordable care. The customers, there's a lot of Walmart stores, and having a clinic next to one, I mean, people frequent that very often. So that's essentially the biggest goal, is to provide that service to the customers and have them be able to clearly find that service.
Yeah,
I have a question.
sure, go ahead.
Will there be doctors or nurse practitioners or?
It should be doctors. They provide counseling, x-ray, well, I say counseling as in behavioral health, and then x-rays and labs, as well as just day-to-day primary care. Yeah. It's not intended for surgeries or anything of that matter. Yeah.
Urgent care.
It's more of an office, yes, and less than urgent care, not emergency services.
It's 854% increase now, and if we take the spark off, it's still a really large increase. In my opinion, if there's another route for them to get what they need, council, I would like them to explore that route instead of sitting.
May I ask, so the 800 and that percent, is that for the total square footage of the site, or are we looking at some?
So there's a maximum size that's allowed for incidental wayfinding signs, I believe. You correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's 6 square feet, and we just do the math to get that percentage.
I only ask that because there are other signs on the store. So there's a auto center sign that's being changed to a auto care, and then an outdoor living that's being changed to outdoor to reduce the square footage. So Walmart is cautiously thinking of that limit that the city provides, and they're trying to respect that as much as possible while still being able to provide their service. Hence also why they're removing their branding, such as the Walmart portion of that sign, as well as the Spark. They're wanting to remove that and just leave it to be health center. So it's as small as possible and as clear as possible without any additional branding.
Just that such a large variance here, just, you know, someone else comes along and is like, oh, I want a big old incidental sign. Got the precedent here. So I think option 2 would be the better route.
Timeline, if we were to choose.
Let me pull up the filing calendar so I can provide an accurate response. We would be looking at if you know, all schedules go accordingly, all reviews go accordingly, we could be looking at a continuance to the June BZA meeting, and that would, let's say July.
Yeah,
Let's say July,
I agree.
July meeting, and that would give this CPC and the city council enough time to review this type of application.
But if city council were to approve it, it wouldn't even need to
Nope, then we could dismiss the case at that time in July.
July 10th is our meeting date, just FYI. And Anna, that's a reasonable date, isn't it? Is July a reasonable expectation, or do you move it up to August?
I think that's fairly reasonable since they could submit something, a similar package as they have now. If they wanted to project out, like 10 years into the advance and add some more signs, to this
Right.
amendment, they could do that. But if they just wanted to focus on this one side, they could submit this package in, and that would result in the timeline that I just presented.
All right, board members? Anybody? July 10th would be our meeting, our Wednesday meeting in July.
I think considering the unique UR zoning, I'll make a motion. Docket number 11, case number 37, to continue this case until our July 10th, the date.
Perfect. We have a
I thought the
motion by Ms. Maisha Wright. Want a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf.
Okay. We have Gorance,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
and Ebbets.
Aye. Good luck with your project. We'll see you in July, or maybe
Thank
not.
you.
Yeah, hopefully not. Hopefully it'll be good.
Yeah.
Now we've got docket item number 12. This is case CD BZA 2024-31 for 5631 East US 40 Highway. This is a request to appeal zoning violations related to a gravel parking area on about 2.3 acres, generally located at 5631 East US 40 Highway. I am the staff planner associated with this case. This is a reminder, if you are part of the applicant team or any member of the public who wishes to provide public testimony on this particular case, to please raise your hand now so we can admit you into the public hearing. Anyone in the room here for docket item number 12? Seeing none.
Mark Meyer, are you in the audience? Not here, but virtual audience.
No.
Anyone from the tow lot on East 31st Street in the virtual audience on this case?
No one has raised their hand, Mr. Chair.
And so I'd like to hold it towards the end of the docket to give
Okay,
them a
we'll
chance.
come back
Maybe
to it.
maybe you can call them back on at lunch. maybe.
Understood.
Thank you.
Now we're moving on to docket item 13. This is case CD BZA 2024-27 for 2808 Blue Ridge Boulevard. This is a request to appeal zoning violations related to outdoor storage, unapproved accessory structures, and an unpermitted use on about 5 acres, generally located at 2808 Blue Ridge Boulevard. Olufu Agbaji is the staff planner associated with this case, but I can represent him at this moment. This is a companion appeal case related to an appeal case we heard last month. This is a late file appeal. So at this time, we're just considering why the appeal case should be heard. And then if you determine that it does need to be heard, continuing that date. So the companion case, it was determined that we should hear it, and it was continued to September. We're going to have to amend our motion to continue it to the Wednesday, because at that time we didn't realize that. So both cases can be heard on September, if we were allowed to do that. I see all we're thinking, to continue it to the Wednesday in September. Tim Gates is online. He is the applicant.
I have a question. I was not here last month.
You can, yes, because there are two separate cases, two separate merits. They're just companion cases because it's the same property owner and they're adjoining with each other. Tim is connected.
So is it Mr. Gates who's connected? Okay.
Correct.
Mr. Gates, could you turn on your camera and microphone, please?
Yes.
Thank you. There you are. Please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this matter today?
Yes, I do.
And state your name one more time for the court reporter.
Timothy Scott Gates.
All right, thank you. So what we're doing today is not really hearing your case, but seeing where there's merits to this case being appealed to a later date. There's there's no staff report on this.
There is a memo that details the timeline for filing and alignment with that portion of the code that requires the 15-day filing and of an appeal after a notice was
Good.
sent.
See that, sorry. You present something, Anna?
Yeah, do you want me to go through
Yeah,
the
please.
timeline?
There-
Sure.
One other second, sir, there is a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 8. Can we admit those for your request today?
Yes.
Thank you. Those are admitted. One of those is a presentation by Miss Anna.
Yeah. No formal PowerPoint presentation, but I'll verbally go over the timeline. As previously mentioned, there's a companion case that's case CD BZA 2024-15. And same subject matter of whether or not to hear the full appeal at a later date was considered at the March meeting date. And it was voted to hear that case. And that matter was continued to September 10th, which is now September 11th. In regards to this particular property, the adjacent property, we have 2 notices of violations that were sent to the property owner regarding 2 separate non-compliant accessory structures. That was done on the 4th of January of this year. As well as a notice of violation being issued in regarding to the unpermitted use since the exact same date. As well as a 4th notice sent exact same date for non-compliant outdoor storage. The deadline to file for the appeal regarding this was the 19th. They filed for this companion case 32 days late. And if the BZA grants to award this public hearing for this companion case, we request that it be continued to September 11th in order for the property owner to file a master plan development, which, if approved, would address the zoning violations in question.
Thank you. Mr. Gates, why should we hold off on this for a while? What's your opinion?
Well, we were diligently trying. There's a little bit of a language barrier with the applicants or with the property owners, and sent me pictures of the citations and prior to that, we were working with Mr. O on some zoning issues. And so Mr. O requested that we try to get a meeting with the codes enforcement guy who wrote the citations, everybody together. It took time to get everybody's schedule to get that meeting set up. And then at that meeting, we decided to have an on-site meeting, which took another, 6 or 8 days to get everybody's schedule to work out for that. And but the whole time we're diligently working with Mr. O's and staff to address the issues and correct everything all at one time. The property owners have several properties, so that kind of threw it in a mix. The property line goes right down the driveway there, and so some of the stuff's on one side of the driveway, some stuff's on the other. So it was a little confusing that we needed to file 2 appeals. So I filed the first, and we found out we have to file the second just because the way the property lies on each side of the driveway.
Okay. Board members, comments or questions on this? And Mr. Gates, the property owner, Carlos and Daisy, are the property owners on the companion case as well that was continued.
Correct. They own all the property, yes.
And are they adjacent properties, like one's right next to the other?
Well, yes, they're adjacent, and one really doesn't have a driveway. It goes up the driveway to the one that we already had the hearing on.
Right.
I don't know why there were separate parcels. That's something happened way back in the past.
All right.
In the MPD, we plan to merge all that and correct all that.
Right. Board members, it kind of sounds like it's a companion case to the one that we continued to September of this year. So to be fair, it seems like we ought to do the same thing here.
There's just a confusion about the fact that they had to file two because they had two different lots.
Yes, correct. So if you were to make a motion, remember it'd be continued to September 11 of 2024.
I have one question for Mr. Gates, or maybe, yes, when was the other appeal filed? Was that one within the correct time frame?
No,
That one was not in the correct time frame either. Was that one also 32 days late?
no, it was less. 1 second.
So, Mr. Gates, the reason that this one in particular was the 32 days late was because you didn't realize you needed the second?
Correct. We didn't realize we had the second. The first was late because, we were setting up meeting with staff first at the city offices, and then with staff's recommendation, they wanted to be a visit on site. Then at the site the following, like Thursday or Friday.
I get hesitant about setting precedent if you're doing things beyond the time frame, and so that makes me a little nervous. Our companion cases and properties, and there's already.
May I speak?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, again, the original being late was trying to, work with staff and get meetings set up where staff could all be in attendance to kind of get clear direction as to where they, would recommend we go and what we're going to do. It wasn't because we just left it laying. I wish Mr. O was here because he could attest to that. And I think Pauline could attest to that too. It was just a little difficult to get everything, all the meetings arranged quickly.
Right.
I'll make a motion if I can get a little help on what I need to word it as.
Go ahead, Mr. Hayes.
And are they allowed to reference the companion case to continue both to the 11th? Because at the last meeting, we didn't know about the date change. So we continued their companion case to the 10th, but the 10th isn't going to exist anymore.
Yeah, I think they could include it.
Thank you for putting that on the record. So yeah, please just motion to continue case BZA 2024-15 and BZA 2024-27 to September 11th.
Okay, I would move that we continue case CD BZA 2024-15 and CD BZA 2024-27 to September 11th.
Very nice motion, Mr. Hayes. Thank you. Do I have a second to that?
Second.
Mr. Lawrence?
Lawrence,
Aye.
Nixdorf,
Opposed.
Wright, and Hayes.
Aye.
And Ebbets.
Yes, aye.
The motion carries. Right? No, there's 3. No. Yeah. Yeah, the motion fails. We're going to need a new motion.
And at a quandary because we could uphold the zoning violations.
I think for a continuance, just a majority vote is needed.
Oh, okay.
So we're good? Perfect. Thank you for clarifying
My
that.
apologies. Thank you.
So that matter is continued to September 11th, sir. See you then.
Thank you very much.
Okay. One more?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think we're good for maybe 10 after.
Okay. We have docket item 15. This is case CD BZA 2024-35 for 1250 Northwest 107th Terrace. This is a request to approve a variance to setbacks of an accessory structure to allow a pool to be located closer to the primary structure, plus any additional variances on about 0.28 acres, generally located at 1250 Northwest 107th Terrace. We have Connor Tomlin, who is the staff planner associated with this case. The property owners are in the room with us. And this is a reminder for anyone who is also part of the applicant team or member of the public who wishes to provide testimony on this particular case to please raise your hand now in Zoom so we can admit you into the public hearing. Seeing none.
Anyone? Hi. Almost good afternoon. Please raise your right hands to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today? And could you state your names for the court reporter?
Stephanie Martin.
Thank you, Ms. Martin.
And
Thank
can you guys speak closer to the microphones, please?
And ladies, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit for your case today. Can we admit those?
Yes.
Thank you. One of that is a presentation by Mr. Tomlin on your case. Connor, please tell us about it.
So today we have CD BZA 2024-35 at 1250 Northwest 107th Terrace in an R75 zoning. A variance request to the setbacks of an accessory structure, a pool, from the primary structure plus any additional variances. That's not the right site location. This is a look at the site itself, a fairly new area. This is the proposed site plan. After my presentation, they can correct me if I'm wrong. So they did present 2 different plans, but I think this was the preferred, right?
Correct.
Okay, so this is their preferred site plan. This is the alternate site plan, although this previous one is preferred. As you can see on both, there is an easement at the rear of the property. This kind of greatly limits their buildable area in their rear yard. A variance of 5 feet to the setback distance for a pool from the primary structure to permit a setback of 5 feet on the subject site. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. The difficulty cannot be obviated through a change of design. That drainage easement in the rear yard pretty greatly limits the available buildable space in that rear yard location. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Connor. Who's speaking today? Miss Martin or Miss Youngs?
Me.
Okay,
Stephanie.
thank you. Why should we grant your request today?
We went through many reiterations of a way to get a pool in there without the variance, and it was going to be about a 7 to 9 foot wide pool. And that just didn't make sense. And we were really hoping that we would obtain a variance so we could put that in.
All right. What are your neighbors saying? I know it looks like a newer neighborhood. What are they saying about it?
One side of our property is a green space, and there will not be any type of house built there. The other neighbors, they have not voiced any concerns to us. It's been roped off as trying to get our plans together, and children were excited, and that's about as far as it went.
Hey, Connor, could you share your screen?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No,
Thank
no,
you.
that's okay.
Looks like it'll be adjacent to a proposed covered deck. Will that be completely enclosed or just like a pergola?
It is an enclosed cover deck, and that's what our 5 foot variance is off of.
But
right
it's-
now, not the structure itself, but the structure of a deck.
Yeah, and that deck, since it's attached to the house, is part of the primary structure, so.
Board members, further questions of the applicant?
So I'm looking at the two options here. Obviously, the larger one is preferred.
Yeah, the larger one is a vinyl liner pool versus the smaller one is just a prefab ones, which we prefer not to have.
That second design as well, would be a 5 foot 10 inch variance opposed to 5 feet. It looks like that setback to the corner of the deck is, 4 feet 2 inches.
Basically, if that easement did exist, this whole thing could just be back and we went.
Yeah,
Correct.
there would be abundant space if that easement didn't exist.
Element, do you guys have a HOA?
Have not got an approval yet. We're waiting to see if we get the variance first.
Any other pools in the neighborhood?
There's one being built currently.
Which home? Can we see it on the diagram? Do you want to look up there?
I don't know if it's, they're literally digging right now.
I think probably adjacent, is it one of the nearby homes or is it further in the neighborhood?
It's further in the neighborhood. There's, I don't know. Different property line, or not in the same areas where our drainage, even, there might be something over there, but I'm not aware of what there is.
They submitted building permits that if it needed a variance, building permits would have caught it and sent it our way.
Any board members? Any other go ahead. No, that's it.
I was gonna
you.
offer a motion.
Thank you.
Just with the extreme setback here, I can see why that is a lot more difficult than it would have been otherwise. So with that, in case number 15, docket number 35, I move we grant the applicant's request in accordance with site plan and staff report.
That's great. And you reversed it. It'd be case number 35, docket 15. You said,
Sorry.
that's fine.
Yeah,
It's all good.
docket 15, case 35.
Perfect. Thank you. I have a motion to have a second from someone.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
And Ebbets.
Aye. Good luck with your project.
Don't forget to invite us.
It's gonna be hot this summer. Let's do one more, if that's okay with you, Anna, then we'll break.
Oh. We have docket item 16. This is case CD BZA 2024-24. This is at 8904 North Marsh Avenue. This is a request to approve a variance to the residential vehicular standards to allow for a wider driveway, plus any other needed variances in an R 7.5 zoning district, which is a residential zoning district on about 0.3 acres, generally located. Did I skip one? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Sorry, I am so sorry. No fears. Docket item 16, case CD BZA 2024-24, 8902 North Marsh Avenue. This is a request to approve a variance to the maximum width of a driveway, plus any additional variances on about 0.27 acres, generally located at 8902 North Marsh Avenue. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner associated with this case. Looks like we have the applicant team in the room with us. This is a reminder for anyone who is online looking to provide public testimony for docket item 16, property 8902 North Marsh Avenue. Same address, threw me off. Please raise your hand in Zoom now or approach the microphone so we can admit you into the public hearing. Seeing none.
Great. Are you going to testify?
Yep.
Okay.
This is your next case item.
There's two cases.
Oh, I see. Oh,
8904.
now I got it. Okay, now I got it. Okay, sorry.
8904.
Yeah. All right. So, please raise your right hand to be sworn.
No
Do
pressure.
you solemnly swear to or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
And please state your name for the court reporter.
Dustin Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. There's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit to hear your case today. Do we have your approval?
Yes.
Part of that is presentation by Mr. Connor Tomlin. Connor, tell us all about it.
All right, we've got CD BZA 2024-24 at 8902 North Marsh Avenue in an R75 zoning district. A variance to the maximum driveway width to permit a driveway width of 29 feet 11 inches plus any additional variances. General location of the site. Closer look at the site itself. This is looking at the driveway from the street. I believe I'll let the applicant speak to this image after my presentation concludes. I believe he is on that right-hand image circling properties that also have driveways wider than permitted. The variance request is a variance of 7 feet 11 inches to the maximum width of a driveway to permit a driveway width of 29 feet 11 inches on the subject site. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. Most homes in the neighborhood are compliant with the maximum driveway standards. There's a string of homes on this street, and I believe the next street to the north. Some have code cases, some don't, with similar driveway widths. I can't speak to those other properties. It's just something that I noticed. The difficulty cannot be obviated through a change of design due to the work already having been completed. And that concludes my presentation.
All right, Mr. Miller, how did this driveway get built and why should we approve your request?
So we built this home 5 years ago. Shortly after moving in, this project was completed. So it's been completed for quite some time. The reasoning behind why we ended up doing it, due to miscommunication, misunderstanding between the builder and I, we ended up with an extremely steep driveway, as you could see in the photo there. When we designed the house, we built it and extended the garage so that I could park my truck, which you can actually see in the photo there, in that third car garage. So coming up that incline at that angle and trying to make it into the garage is pretty difficult in that particular vehicle without, concern about hitting the house or the car. And then also with the driveway being as steep as it is, when it is snow or ice on the driveway, it's very slick. And so not being able to come on straight at it would make it nearly impossible to get in. The other part of it is as you're backing out, this is a very busy, young, vibrant neighborhood, a lot of kids running around. And so as you're coming out, having, excess blind spaces as you're making that sharp curve kind of makes it hard to, watch out for the kiddos. In that photo there, on the right, this is a very small subset of the actual homes that have the wide driveways. Neighborhood's probably roughly around 700 homes. And if you were to go around and count, I would estimate somewhere between a third to a half of those homes exceed the 22-foot width. I don't know if that was a previous code or if it was just a non-enforced thing with the remainder of the neighborhood. But that was just showing you the ones that are most close to my property.
Clarify, that photo is what it is right now, and it would not be getting any wider than it's already showing on
No,
here.
no, that is it. As you can see, when we did it, we also we removed 2 slabs of the sidewalk so that we could pour a full slab and not just fill in, the triangle spaces that would be there. So we tried to make it look as aesthetic as possible. But that is the completed project.
Okay, so before looking at some of these other houses, you're saying the curb, that's what used to be there. It was wider at the house, and then it.
Correct. Yeah. So it was a full 3-car width at the house, and then as it came down to the sidewalk is where it had narrowed, and we just simply narrowed from there to the street.
Okay, so then when was this actually widened?
I would say probably 4.5 years ago.
How did this come up? Do we just have a code case come up?
Yeah, I think there was a code case associated with it, and code enforcement directed them.
Already been like this for 4.5 years.
Complaints, neighbor complaints that you know of?
Not that I'm aware of. Like I said, the majority of our street now has similar widths as well.
If I may, I'll answer Mr. Gorn's questions. All of our cases are complaint generated.
Or a new pad, you don't need a permit for that. Not really a building.
All probability, they did need a permit for the curb cut, for widening the curb cut at the street.
I think if there's a lot of these houses that are now doing it, then there are a lot of houses not getting the permits then to do the grid. But if that becomes the kind of news.
My understanding is that there were 4 of us in a row here that got the similar letter. Like, not sure where it originated from, and yes.
Whole cases.
My understanding is that somebody did ask the committee and they had no concerns about it, but I don't have any documentation of it.
You purchased the house about 4.5 years ago, did you say?
July, 4.5 years ago.
July of a long time ago.
Right?
Yes, okay.
Yes, sir.
And the pad was already there.
No, sir.
Oh, you
we
did the
did
pad.
this.
Okay.
It was a brand new build and we did it shortly after we had moved in.
Yep.
I can speak more to the concerns with the builder if you would like.
I've been the same one I had.
Looking forward, as I was precedent for things. Have some other proactive approach as more projects are being done in the Northland or neighborhoods, if we know this is a common issue to try to or what are our approaches?
Yeah, and I was trying to pull up maybe like the master plan for the whole development and to see what I could find. Haven't been able to find one yet, so I can only base off of my knowledge of the context of the surrounding area, where a lot of them do have the code compliant driveway at the property line and then the bump out to accommodate the 3-car garages that, you know, that is, the standard we're upholding at the permit level. If something is widened, without the proper permits or without approval, we can't catch all of those instances. That the standard is 22, and it appears that a lot of them are being at least originally built at 22.
For a couple of reasons. Already built and I don't want to make people rip anything out, but I'm also concerned if more and more people just keep doing of our pervious of full concrete front driveways. I know things are different in the Northland than other parts of the city too, so that's something. First, once if we start allowing everybody to do it, then more and more is already happening. But on the flip side, it's already been like this for 4.5 years. It's not like it just happened.
Yeah, I do agree with that because course of the complaint. could lend to other neighbors in the area who are starting to do the same thing and then asking for permission later. But in this standpoint, I do see the safety concerns, especially being that third driveway and on the steep hill. Having to back out with kids in the neighborhood, you know, you need that extra space.
Questions, motion?
Yeah, it's tricky because if we give a variance, all the other neighbors want to do the same thing.
Yeah, it is a tricky, and because it was done 5 years ago, basically. They got sour grapes in the last couple months. Calling them on it, but we have, the next case is exactly the same one. It appears. So,
My next door neighbor.
Where?
so. Don't say anything else.
Reference previous cases.
Yeah, you talk about you mean the case today, right now, on case number 24?
No, the one earlier where she had widened her
Oh,
driveway.
yeah, uh-huh.
What
Yeah.
was the
That-
variance?
It was a lot more. It was it was a square footage variance on that. And it was a lot more than this one.
I'll go ahead and make a motion.
All right,
On docket number 16, case number 24, I make the motion that we approve the variance.
Second.
Goritz,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Ebbets.
aye. Unapproved. And kids, before lunch, do you want to take this last one?
Thank you guys very much.
All right.
Okay. Case, docket item 17, case CD BZA 2024-22. This is for 8904 North Marsh Avenue. This is a request to approve a variance to the residential vehicular standards to allow for a wider driveway plus any other needed variances in an R 7.5 zoning district, which is a residential zoning district on about 0.3 acres, generally located at 8904 North Marsh Avenue. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner associated with this case. We have the property owner in the room with us today. This is, there's 9 exhibits as well. This is a reminder for anyone who wants to provide public testimony on this particular case to please raise their hand now so we can swear you into the public hearing. Seeing none.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today? And state your name, please.
Kyle Seiler.
Thank you, Mr. Seiler. There's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 we need to admit for your case today. Do we have your permission to do
Please.
that? Thank you. One of those is a presentation by Miss Stephanie on your case. Stephanie, go ahead.
PowerPoint's open. There we go. Can you guys? There we go. Okay. So we got docket item number 17, CD BCA 2024-22, located on 8904 North Marsh Avenue, zoned R-7.5. And the applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the residential vehicular standards to allow for a wider driveway plus any other needed variances. So it's located in the same place as the last case, up north. This is what the street looks like, and highlighted in yellow is the applicant's driveway. So This is, the driveway is at 30 feet in width at the property line. There are more renderings of what the driveway looks like.
Sorry for my handwriting.
It's a point across.
And then another picture of the driveway. So the applicant is requesting a variance of 8 feet to the residential vehicular standards to permit a driveway width of 30 feet on the subject site. Again, variance of 8 feet. Substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, just based off, the other neighbors do have wide driveways, just not at the property line. And the difficulty could have been obviated, had the homeowner gone through the proper permitting process. That concludes my presentation.
So in a similar I'm sorry, any questions of staff? Mr. Seiler, same question as before. Why should we approve this request?
It is similar, as Dustin said, the steepness of the driveway makes it difficult, but more so, I have young children too. I'm an older dad, I guess you'd say. I have a 6 and a 9-year-old. And so for me, there's teens in the neighborhood that have recently begun driving and they park in the street, which makes it very difficult to swing out of the driveway. But the safety aspect is what concerned me in the beginning, was just the safety of the kids running around in the neighborhood and everything else, being able to maneuver the car safely with that being a long strip there. I don't know if you can see. There's a long stretch there and there's kids up the street in particular that drive a little quicker than they probably should. And we were all kids once, but just being safely getting out of the driveway and getting back in was the main concern for me. We did not have to adjust the curb at all. It was already done. I was totally unaware of this being an issue years ago when I did this. So for that doesn't negate, ignorance doesn't negate guilt, but for me, it's just a safety aspect, getting in and out of the driveway safely. Same as before.
Mr. Seiler, when did you do yours?
And it is to say, there is. I was totally unaware of it being an issue, to be honest, until, and dealing with Stephanie and Spencer were both fantastic. They're very informative and they were great to deal with. So as far as that goes.
So you didn't need to adjust your curb cut for yours like he did.
Yeah, mine didn't. I just widened that strip so that you
Right.
could make that swing out. That's all it was.
Excuse me if I may,
Yes.
attaching to the curb would be a curb cut and would require a curb cut permit.
Oh, I see. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Duddy.
Right.
I was just gonna say, we have a precedent for this. Oh.
Yeah. You can share it with your neighbors, though. I'm telling you, it won't be pretty if they come before us. Is it like the guy across the street, you can see it in your own photo that his is normal.
His is
right-
flat though. His is a flat drive.
Okay, all right. Okay. All right.
On docket item number 17, case number 22, I move that we grant the request to approve the variance.
Of course, yeah. Okay, thank you. I've got a motion. Do I have a second from somebody?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Wright.
Gorance,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
And Ebbets.
Aye, thank you.
Thank you.
Would
All
you
right.
like to use this pool?
Not me.
Are you going to take a lunch break?
Know about this.
We're back at 1 o'clock, straight up, and we've got that case that you know about. You remember
Yes.
gonna bring those back.
Docket item 22.
And then we had a couple that we missed, if we can make sure about those, that'd be great.
If they're all of them, or do we need to set an expectation to people if they're at the end of the docket that they are not waiting?
I think we're good.
We missed 3.
Have
There's a sandwich place across the street.
People are getting screwed.
And there's 9 more cases total to hear today. You said a hard stop at 4.
Yeah, I mean, I want to be done with our last case at 4. So I think we're going to be close, if not done.
Last time.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that, don't I?
Have a car.
Yeah. I think well,
Make a
board members, what do you
determination after
think?
Lunch then. I don't want, if we don't get to people, I don't want people waiting all day. to
Right,
do it. So
correct.
You have 3 continuances in it.
I considered that,
Oh, right.
yeah.
She did
we have
those.
we still have 9 to hear.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a reminder. I would like to leave at 2:30.
Yeah, but we're covered, aren't we?
We have an alternate.
Okay.
Yeah, we're covered. So, yeah. All right. Okay, so Randy, you're pretty good about judging. You want to kick the last 2? Do you want to kick anything?
Consult the city staff's opinion on what we think is manageable in the time frame allotted for the cases.
Yeah, so we've got an appeal case and a special use permit case that, 2 appeal cases. That, no, I lied, 1, that tend to go a little bit longer. I think 9 is going to push it for 4 o'clock.
Have an appeal case hearing on Friday where those would then.
There is an overflow meeting scheduled for Friday that we can take advantage of if, there's enough board members to hear a few cases that day.
I can make that work virtually.
And it will be a virtual option only.
You gentlemen, are they right in line?
Oh, yeah, we always have front there waiting here.
You're with the SUP, right? Yeah. Yeah, Chris is with 19, and then what case are you with? The
3931
use
Washington
permit
Street.
for the event center?
Yeah, 1208 Megan Dumas.
That was
Ah,
already continued.
Correct. That was already continued. Yes.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. And then, sir, what case are you here for?
Ye-
What case are you here for? The address or the number? Oh, that's number 26.
It's the last one.
My appeal case for number 12 didn't appear, so we could continue them next month or to the overflow meeting. I haven't heard from Justin yet if they were able to make it today, but that's gonna have to be continued to May either way. If not either way, but like if the property owner doesn't provide their consent. So then that you're looking at 7 cases.
Feel pretty
If
good
you
about
make a
getting through it.
decision about those 2 items now. Which is more manageable.
I feel pretty good about what's left.
So if we talk about continuing those other 2 items.
Yes.
Because they didn't show up.
We want to give the one group until after lunch.
Sure.
To determine that.
Sure,
and then we
but
come
we'll
back and we
continue
can
those
choose to continue
cases
those, and then
after
with
lunch.
the intent of trying to get through everything today.
Correct.
Okay.
That sounds good.
Yeah. All right. We'll see you at 1 o'clock.
We're adjourned for lunch.
Yes.
That's
At some
his.
point, yeah. I
Um,
mean, like, after didn't we have another we're going to do after lunch too? That one that didn't show.
then number 10, is only going to be available, what you said, after 3? Or,
Oh, number 10?
yeah,
Number 10, after 1.
after 1.
Okay, so.
So,
That's what they told me.
and then Justin did tell me that this guy is available, but he wants a specific time from us, and I told him we can't.
That makes you city staff now.
Yeah, so,
Yeah, I get, I'm on the fence too.
Okay, so I'm good.
okay, so
So just
22.
Volunteered it. Every time it's up.
we ready? I'm good if you're good.
Hi, this is the court reporter. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. I just asked that before we proceed that everybody make sure to adjust their microphones. They do seem to be a bit more sensitive today than usual.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The afternoon session of Board of, wait, did I hear recording in progress?
Yes, yes.
Okay. The afternoon session of the April 9th Board of Zoning Adjustment meeting is now in session. What's our next case?
We're going to focus on docket item 22. This is case CD BZA 2024-2 for 4801 Holly Street. This is a request to approve a variance to the setback standards in an R6 zoning district, which is a residential zoning district, plus any other needed variances on about 0.15 acres, generally located at 4801 Holly Street. The property owner is in the room with us today. Alec Gustafson is the staff planner attached to this case. This case was continued to this date to allow for the property owner to have more public engagement with the neighborhood association.
Perfect. Second here, sorry. Good afternoon.
Hi.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Please.
On this.
Oh, yeah, you're off.
Back though.
I know. Forgot about you last time. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. There's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that are part of your case today, sir. Do we have your permission to admit those? And one of those is a presentation by Alex. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, good afternoon, board. I'm going to share my screen, and today we have 4801 Holly Street continued from last BZA hearing. It is a lot split line adjustment in an R6 zoning district. It's generally located in West Plaza, and here's the site. It is at the corner of West 48th Street and Holly Street, and in the West Plaza Neighborhood Association. Here's the site plan given to us by the applicant. There are going to be 4 variances on the property. Basically, what the scope of the project is a lot split on a already existing home, splitting it close to the home on the existing home and building a secondary home on inside the smaller property. This smaller property is creating its own context area within an infill, within the infill lots area. So it's kind of its own context area. It's kind of its own, creating its own hardship in a way that it's splitting the lot to make it smaller while also forcing itself to get the variances that it needs, such as the driveway and rear yard setback, lot areas variances and such. So as you can see here, variance D is the 20-foot driveway, and variance B will be the rear yard setback for the tract 1, which is the existing home on the property. We'll go through each variance. Variance A is a variance request of 1,627 square feet to the infill residential 25% reduced minimum lot area standard. It's to permit a lot area of 2,872 square feet on tract 2 of the subject site. So the newly created lot is 1,627 square feet smaller than what is permitted in the 25% reduced area. And this is a 36.5 or 36.15 decrease from the requirement. The second variance before us is a variance of 12.76 feet to the infill residential 25% reduced minimum rear setback standard, to permit a rear setback on tract 1, the existing home of the site, of 1.76 feet between the home and the property line. This is a 87% decrease from the requirement, so it's a rather large variance. Variance C is, again, it's a lot area variance, so it's the 2,131 square foot difference from the requirement of 6,000 square feet lot area in the R6 zoning district. So it's a difference of, it's a 3,869 square foot lot area that is being proposed, which is a difference of 2,131 square feet to the standard. This is a 35.5 decrease from the requirement. All of these, and I will say all of these variances could be obviated by a change of design, and or an ADU could be built on the lot, and they all create nonconformities on both the first lot and the second lot. And the last variance is to the infill residential standard for driveways, which is 12 feet, and what is proposed is 20 feet. So this is a 60% increase from the requirement. Again, this could be obviated by a change of design, and it creates tract 1 to become non-conforming, and it would just be a substantial change to the character of the neighborhood. There's a couple of houses across the street that are also facing West 48th Street, but those are lots that are large enough for the infill residential standards. This lot is is quite a bit smaller and creates its own context area, considering the fact that infill context areas are based on the block face rather than the surrounding area. And with that, I conclude my staff report, and I'm open to answering any questions you might have.
Thank you for that.
There's also, I believe, in the updated staff report, I attached the house design that was given to the board last month. So those should be visible in the staff reports.
Thank you for that. Board members, any questions of staff yet? And was there anyone in the audience, virtual audience on this one?
This is a reminder for anyone who wishes to provide public testimony on docket item 22 for 4801 Holly Street. Please raise their hand now. Seeing none.
Okay, thank you. All right, sir, why should we grant the request? You're asking for a big variance on a couple of these things, so yeah.
Right. The ultimate reason for doing this is allow me to home on the property for myself. Would be considered a reason, but then allow use of my current home by my children in the future. I do have, since the last meeting, did go to the neighborhood, West Plaza Neighborhood Association. General meeting, board meeting in that time frame, and have provided a letter of non-opposition. Couldn't think of the word.
Okay, I'd like to see that, and that'll be exhibit number 10.
Sure.
And
Thank you.
is
If
it
you-
notarized?
Yes, it is notarized.
Pass around to the board members too. West Plaza is very vocal sometimes,
Yes.
as you might be aware of.
Yes.
So they're not really approving it, they're just not opposing it. Is that what I'm reading there?
Correct. I think the first paragraph talks about that what I'm doing is not terribly uncommon. In fact, the setbacks we're talking about, Alec has talked about, are larger than many of the homes already.
And speak more into the microphone so you
Oh,
can,
sorry.
so that way the court
Sorry.
reporter can hear you. The neighbors on Holly that are by you, are they in favor? Some of those are rentals,
Yes.
but any owner, renter, any owner occupied that were supporting or non-supportive?
Supporting across the street, and I think 2 doors down, he's actually the treasurer of the of the
Association? Sure.
Mhm.
And the gentleman across the street, he'd have a 4700 address. Was he in favor? I think it's a brown house, dark brown house.
That is a Airbnb.
It is.
The owner of that lives in somewhere out south. I have not met him.
Okay, all right.
That I think it's, well, I don't know if it's Airbnb, VRBO, but it's actually I think mostly rented through VRBO.
Okay.
Short term.
Right.
Which I am not intending to do. That was brought up by some of the neighbors.
Right.
That I would be doing that, and that's not the case at all.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so you want to see it? You've already seen it. Well, I'll give it to her later. Sure. When we sent you back, was that to get the house redesigned? Why did we send it back last time? I can't recall.
For this
Oh,
letter.
for the Homes Association?
Mhm.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Board members, other questions?
I don't recall if this was talked about last time, but is there a particular reason why you're not doing this as an ADU?
I just want the flexibility in the future for myself or my descendants to be able to
Sell them separately?
sell them separately should that become necessary. And just that freedom. Correct.
Well,
Square footage of the two houses are normal houses. The difference in the square footage.
Oh, from what I'm
The other houses
proposing,
in the area.
actually, my current home, which is on the lot, is about 2,300. They're all over the place. The one I was citing across the street, the treasurer of his is probably 1,500 square feet. the one that we mentioned that is the short-term rental across the street, I think it is maybe 3,000 square feet. So huge variety. Yeah, it's all over the place.
Your new one is gonna be what?
About 2,000. Yeah. It's a 25 by 40 foot footprint, which is about 1,000. It's a two-story, 1,000 per floor. Actually, some of that is garage, so it won't be quite 2,000. And I have no immediate plans to build. This is just preliminarily
Oh, still in the dream stage.
wanting to do this. Yes, right, correct.
All right. Board members, any other questions or comments?
Can try to.
Go ahead.
Um,
I'll help you.
okay, number 22, BZA 2024, number 2, 4801 Holly Street. Make a motion that we pass this, this agreement here and with all its,
Okay. Yep, in accordance with the site plan and staff reports there contained therein, yes?
Second.
Thank you. Mike, call the roll, please.
Gortz
aye.
and Hayes.
Aye.
Meyer
Aye.
and Debbitz.
Aye. Good luck with your project, sir.
Thank you very much. And I didn't realize until this morning that this is a volunteer.
Yeah.
So I really appreciate it. Appreciate all you do.
Actually, we pay, by the time you get your gas and transportation and,
Pay to be here.
but it's our city that we love.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate that. Not just because you passed mine.
Oh, sure.
Where are we shifting to, Anna?
Okay, now we're gonna focus on docket item 26 for CD BZA 2023-175. This is the property in question, 7621 East 74th Street. This is a request to approve a variance to the setback of an accessory structure on a corner lot, plus any additional variances on about 0.3 acres generally located at 7621 East 74th Street. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner associated with this case. We have the property owner here in the room with us.
What up?
And there are 9 exhibits on this case. This is a reminder for anyone who is a member of the public who wishes to provide testimony on this particular item. Docket item 26, property 7621 East 74th Street, to please raise their hand now so we can admit you into the public hearing. Anetta? And they are connected.
Great. And her name's Anetta, does it say?
Correct.
Anetta, could you turn on your microphone and camera? I want to swear you in along with the property owner. There you go.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So I'm going to
How are
ask you to
you?
raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Could you state your name for the court reporter?
Annetta Vertrice, the
Okay,
Candlelight,
Annetta.
the Homeowners Association Vice
Okay.
President.
That'll be great. Give me a second. We'll call you up here in just a second. And you, Mr. Taylor.
I do. Mike.
Go ahead and your name for the court.
Michael Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit to hear your case today. Do we have your permission to admit those?
Yes.
Thank you. Those are admitted. One of those is a presentation by Mr. Tomlin.
CD BZA 2023-175, located at 7621 East 74th Street, R75 District. A variance request to the setback standards for an accessory structure on a corner lot to permit an accessory structure to be closer to the property line than what is permitted by code, plus any additional variances. general location of the site, a closer look at the site itself.
Excuse me.
This is the plan that was proposed to me. It's not a full site plan of the entire property. This is a plan for what is being proposed, which would be going down in this corner down over here. A variance of 10 feet to the lot and building standards for accessory structures in a residential district to permit a setback of 5 feet for an accessory structure on a corner lot on the subject site. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. Corner lots in this area do not see accessory structures encroaching on the setback requirements. The difficulty could be obviated through a change of design, and that concludes my presentation.
Great. We'll hear from the homeowners association in a minute, but tell us why we should grant your request today, Mr. Taylor.
Well, I think my home is the basement of my home is smaller than everybody else's, I guess, and so I don't have much storage space, and so it's also my garage. It's one side is full, one side is not. So I don't have much storage space, and so I got a lot of stuff. So I'm trying to keep keep everything organized, and also as far as having it further back into the yard, I wanted to maintain as much of my backyard usage as possible. And I did speak with someone years ago about it. It was like at a satellite office off of Swope Parkway, and we pulled it up, and he told me actually that it was where it's at right now was fine, but I didn't know that I needed to get like paperwork and all that. He didn't mention anything like that at that time. So I just proceeded to go ahead and do the work and get the shed and everything. And so and I want to have it a pad poured so that it looks a lot better and it's easier to maintain and more aesthetic.
Okay. Okay, do board members have questions of Mr. Taylor before I ask Netta to speak?
So to clarify, it's replacing the shed we saw in the plan. It'd be replacing the one that's there.
No, the one that's there, it will just be moved closer into that wall, further away from the street, like 4 feet.
That it's not replacing.
It's not replacing it, no. And I did before I did anything, I did get approval from the HOA back, I think it was like 2016, I think. And before I did anything. And so
I do just want to clarify a variance of 10 feet would allow a 5-foot setback, just to make sure that's clear. Okay.
All right, let's hear from the lady from the Homes Association. Ma'am, what's your comments on the case today?
I just wanted to say that we haven't received any complaints about this proposal being presented that Mr. Taylor is bringing forth. And so, and he was unaware of the city's regulations for, in dealing with a corner lot. And basically, since his address is not based on a corner, he thought, and we thought everything was okay. And so, we are not in any disagreement with this proposal going forth.
Okay, so the Homes Association is in support of what Mr. Taylor is proposing, yes?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony today, ma'am. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other neighbor opposition, Mr. Taylor? Not
that
that
I
you know of.
And I did, and also, not only did I check with the neighborhood association, I mean the homeowners association, I did check with my neighbors also, my surrounding neighbors, and everyone was, for it. I never have heard any opposition at all
How long have you lived on East 74th Terrace?
since 2014.
Almost 10 years.
Yeah.
10 years now.
Mhm.
Great. All right, board members, any other questions or comments? Motion?
Just to clarify, this would go through permitting then with the concrete pad since there is a curb cut based on our previous conversations.
Can I say something here? I I don't want to make a curb cut. I want to just pave out to the curb. I don't have to have a curb cut. It'd be just like, I'm sorry.
It's the same thing if you're paving all the way to the
Okay,
curb,
okay.
then,
I just
yeah.
want to make that understood that it's not going to be changing any curbs or anything like that. That's already established.
Okay. Anyone? I look left and right.
I'll
Mr. Hayes.
I'll do it. On docket item 26, case number 175, I move that we approve the request to approve the variance to the setback.
In accordance with site plan and staff reports. So I have a motion.
Second.
Second, Mr. Gorens.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright. Aye. Hayes
Aye.
and Ebbets.
Chair votes with the motion. Your project is approved, sir. Good luck.
All right, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Appreciate y'all
Sure.
work.
Yes.
Thanks a lot.
And Mr. Taylor, Ms. Mixdorf motioned that you come up first thing after lunch. So otherwise you'd be there for another couple hours.
You're welcome. Hopefully you're next then, right?
It's okay. Call the next.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so then you requested that docket item 10 go next. This is case CD BZA 2024-18 for 4418 East 9th Street. This is a request to approve a variance to the infill vehicular use standards to permit a driveway on an infill lot plus any additional variances on about 0.08 acres, generally located at 4418 East 9th Street. If you are the applicant or any member of the public who wishes to provide testimony, please raise your hand now so you can be promoted. They are connected.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Are you Miss Landrum?
I am.
Thank you, Monica. Anyone else in the audience that you see?
No one else has raised their hand.
Miss Landrum, please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
Yes.
Great. And please state your name again for the court reporter.
Monica Landrum.
Thank you, Miss Landrum. There are a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to approve for your case today. Do I have your permission to admit those?
Yes.
Great. Those are admitted. One of those is a presentation by Mr. Connor Tomlin. Connor, tell us about the case.
Okay, today we have CD BZA 2024-18, located at 4418 East 9th Street in an R25 zoning district. The applicant seeking approval of variances to permit a driveway on an infill lot plus any additional variances. This is the general location of the site. This is a closer look at the site itself. This is the site plan that was proposed.
Ever wondered how some affiliates seem to strike gold every?
This is the a current image from Google Street View of the property. As you can see, the driveway has already been poured. I will allow the applicant to speak to that driveway. Variance request A is a variance of complete deviation to the infill vehicular use standards to permit a driveway on the subject site. This is a complete deviation. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. The contest area for this property does not contain driveways. The difficulty cannot be obviated due to the driveway already having been poured and completed. Variance request B is a variance of 1.1 feet to permit the driveway to be 13.1 feet in width. This is a 9% increase. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. Contest area doesn't have driveways. The difficulty cannot be obviated due to the driveway already having been poured and completed. That concludes my presentation.
Any questions of Mr. Tomlin? Connor, or Mr. Tomlin, could I see a picture of the house again?
You want me to share my screen?
Yeah, please. Thanks again. Yeah, I can. All right. Any other questions of Mr. Tomlin? Okay.
I have one question. So I was reading about the access when there's partly why this is not allowed.
Yes. I don't.
If they would have access from the alley, then this would.
So yes.
Correct. For the infill standards, if there is an approved alley, then the drive to the garage must be off the alley. But there is not an alley in this.
Yeah, this property doesn't directly abut the alley,
Okay.
so.
Yeah, there is one more property in between.
Ms. Landrum,
Yes.
why should we approve this since you've already done the work, unfortunately?
So I just want to make it clear, I didn't intentionally do that. There was a young man who'd been asking me to teach him, and I brushed him off at previous projects because I was busy and, I really didn't need that. Had a circumstance where I needed to get my mom from another state. So I gave him a chance. I made sure I told him, you must get a permit. So he said his guy told him that he did. I asked 3 times. I have proof of that if need be, but I asked him 3 times and come to find out he did not do that. So, however, the other guidelines was followed as far as the concrete hardness and whatnot, but that was an oversight, not intentionally on my part. And I really wanted this house to have a driveway, just because it has 4 bedrooms, 3 baths. I, to assume a family is going to have more than 1 car. People coming down the street, in that area, there's just a high chance of vehicles being hit. And I just preferred that the house have a driveway. I know it's not common to those houses over there, but they seem to be spaced. Also, this house has been abandoned in a major eyesore to the community for at least 15 years. And I've been the only one to get it to where it can actually be livable. All the other permits for the house have already been taken care of. And so, if you'd like to see the inside of it, I do have a YouTube video up, professional video, where you can see the inside of it. But again, that's my main reason for wanting you guys to please accept my putting this driveway in. And again, it wasn't any intention to get around permit pulling.
When was the driveway completed?
Oh, let's see. Let's see, we're coming up on May, so maybe
Approximately.
maybe August. I'm not really sure.
Of last year.
Yes. I wasn't sure of the process when you do it backwards. So it was a little nerve-wracking to get this done. So when I did the whole process for the variance, I waited a little bit after getting information and finding out what all I needed to do. I thought getting a variance the site plan done was a little harder than what it was. So.
you had any comments from your neighbors?
No. Other than that, they're glad that it's not an eyesore anymore.
Mr. Tomlin, you don't have an overview of that block, do you, where we could see other homes?
Our block, I can
Well, just maybe 3 or 4 around her.
bring up, you can see off of 9th Street, since
You need to
that-
share your screen, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's good.
Okay, so here off of 9th Street would be the context area,
Mhm.
since that's where the property is addressed from. You can see that there's no driveways on these lots to the west on that same block face.
And Connor, the driveway comes out to 9th Street, right?
It comes up right here.
Oh, right
off of
there.
Cypress. But you can't really see to the north there, but it's the same situation. The contest area wouldn't meet that 51% requirement anyway, so.
Thank you.
And the driveway has the staircase now, of course. And
I'm sorry, say that again, Miss Landrum, I didn't hear it.
the photo that you have, the driveway does, there is a staircase there. And she's the somebody, yeah, there's staircase and everything there now. It's not. When the picture was taken, it wasn't completely finished. That area wasn't done yet. And you can see where before this house was completely finished, I don't know if you see some of the junk in the back. People used to dump there. They would dump trash there. So that's not an issue, hasn't been an issue anymore.
And you live there full time, right, Miss Landrum?
No, I fixed the house up to sell it.
So this home really has no garage, right? It's just a driveway.
Correct. So, yeah, 9th Street, they just kind of, yeah. That extension is just a little entryway just to get into the main part of the house. It's a water tank sits in there, or you can put like a trash can or something before you go into the kitchen area.
Did the codes department detect this was not there properly?
What's that?
Well, the question is, you didn't get a permit to pour the driveway, but you're seeking our approval after the fact. So I'm questioning, why did you do that?
Because I was notified by the guy who, he called me and he also notified codes. So the guy next door is the guy who owns that little building next door, he's the one who notified the city.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's what I was trying to figure out.
He just saw that they were cutting and didn't see that they had pulled a permit. So I found out while I was out of town.
I do need to add that we need to add an additional variance for a parking space to be in the street side yard.
to a garage. I think overall, I'm not as opposed to having the driveway access. I understand that doesn't fit in the infill context area, but I'm really concerned about this process of all the concrete pours in Kansas City right now, because this is our fourth case like this. Don't know how we do some sort of PSA and hold them accountable, because it already poured. So I just one board member, but ripping things out also seems like a waste. But we can do better, contractors, to make it right in the first place and coming through the.
Yeah, I didn't have any, I've never had this happen before, so I've never poured anything or did anything of this nature without getting a permit. I only did this house because they were trying to fix up this neighborhood. So I was asked to do this. So I by no means personally wanted to skirt around trying to pull a permit. And I was told 3 times, and I will definitely be holding the person who did this accountable, because he wanted to learn, he wanted to be the go-between, and it was his job to make sure that that person pulled a permit. So I was not happy to find out that this was taking place. I never knew what the process was doing it backwards, but you know, they put me in that position.
I don't need the name of the company, but did you use a reputable company that was licensed and insured?
If had it not been for me needing to go out of state, he told me that his person was licensed and insured. And I'm under the impression that the guy, and I can submit that information to you. That guy's first name is Micah, but
We don't need any of that. I'm just curious for.
It slips me, but yeah, I was told that he was. So I've never had a house this long. Typically everything is done within a certain order. I just happened to have something that I had to do. I had to go out of town to actually get my mom. So had that not have happened, I would never even use either. And my concrete person was actually busy. And so I needed to find somebody who could do the concrete. So while taking bids and all of that, but assuming that he would be responsible enough to monitor, was the reason why I didn't use him, because I do my own monitoring. I wouldn't have been there to monitor anyone. So that's, I got myself in this pickle.
I'm continually torn on these, because the permitting process is in place for a reason. Our codes and zoning laws are in place for a reason. And setting precedent is one of my biggest concerns. The more we allow these, are we just going to keep getting people to pouring them and asking for forgiveness later? I personally, as one board member, struggle with these types of cases in that regard. However, I think this is not egregious. If you look at, obviously there's a complete deviation, that part does seem large, but the overall width is not double the width that would be allowed. It is only less than 10% increase. Like in this area in particular, I feel like added parking would be a value to this home and potentially the neighborhood, just having additional vehicles off. So with that, I would offer a motion, unless anybody else has questions.
Go ahead.
I don't know if you had a question.
Oh,
Okay.
sorry.
In docket item 10, case number 18, I move we grant the applicant's request, adding variance C for a parking space in the street side yard in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Second for Mr. Meyer.
Hayes.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Hayes. Mr. Hayes. I thought the white shirt down there said something.
Gortz.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
And Ebbets.
Nay. Your project is approved. Good luck with it.
Thank you.
Docket item 18 is next. And then 19.
Where are we at? I'm sorry, 18?
18.
Thank you.
This is docket item 18, case CD BZA 2024-25. It's for 8403 North Indiana Avenue. This is a request to approve a variance to a excuse me, the monument sign setbacks, plus any other needed variances in a B2-2 zoning district, which is a commercial zoning district on about 0.9 acres, generally located at 8403 North Indiana Avenue. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner associated with this case. If you are the applicant is online, and I'm promoting them. Zach. They are connected. This is a reminder for anyone else who wishes to provide public testimony on docket item 18 for 8430 North Indiana Avenue to please raise their hand now so you can be admitted into the public hearing. Seeing none.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I've got to find this name. Is that Mr. Steele? Mr. Steele, could you see your face? Could you please raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you
Yes.
solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
And please state your name again for the court reporter.
Zach Steele.
Perfect. Thank you, Zach. There's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit for your case today. Do we have your permission to admit those?
Yes.
Thank you. One of those is a presentation by Miss Stephanie. Stephanie, please tell us about the case.
So I got docket item number 18, CDBCA 2024-25, located on 8430 North Indiana. It is zone B2-2, and the applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the monument sign setback standards plus any other needed variances. So the subject site is located just north of Gladstone. So this is the site. It is a Starbucks currently. And this monument sign is up on the right-hand corner. Here it is zoomed in. As you can see, there is a setback of 8 feet and 9 inches on the northern side of it. This is a rendering of the proposed sign. Another rendering. So the brick foundation is existing, but not the sign. So this is what it currently looks like. All right, so variance request A is a variance of 1 foot 3 inches to the monument sign setbacks to permit a setback of 8 feet 9 inches on the subject site. Monument signs need to be set back at least 10 feet from the property line. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, and the difficulty, so the monument base was built before the current tenants moved in, therefore the base cannot be moved. And variance request B, a variance of 20 square feet to non-residential sign standards to permit an area of 50 square feet on the subject site. So the max square footage allowed is 30 square feet for monument sign. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. The sign is larger than what is permitted, and it is across the street from a residential neighborhood. The base of the monument sign existed before the new tenants moved in, so Starbucks. Plus the base is around 30 square feet, which is the max area permitted, not allowing enough space to put an actual sign. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay. Any questions, Miss Stephanie from board?
Stephanie? An intersection, right? Next door. How far back is the sign gonna be from the street in order to see, to turn left or right?
So on the street that would be on the east side is 10 feet and 6 inches, so that side is fine. On the other side, that's next to the, I believe, the Quick Trip is 8
Yes.
feet and 9 inches, so it's a little over a foot under what's permitted.
And the percentage area that we're looking at for this variance is the black sign portion itself.
Yeah, so currently the base is already at the 30 square feet, like the facade, plus the sign, I got that backwards, but plus the sign, it creates 50.
Hey, Mr. Steele, so why should we approve your request today, sir?
Well, unfortunately, this was done by a landlord who has actually sold the property already to another landlord, so they are to blame for this. I'm just trying to get that Starbucks sign installed, and unfortunately can't, obviously due to this reason. Honestly, it being in compliance with the east property line, which is the main streetage right of way, that being 10'6", I would hope there would be maybe a little bit of grace from the committee to approve the 8'9", which is just a little bit slightly not 10. Obviously, if this was done right on our end, we would have permitted it, would not have built it before it was permitted, but had a landlord who jumped the gun and has since sold the property to another person, so they're not much help.
How tall are the letters, the words drive-through? Are those like 8 inches, 12 inches?
Yeah, well, that's a full cabinet, so that'll be like basically cut out, and so yeah, if I scale it real fast, I would say they were probably 8 inches or less. Yeah.
Sorry if I missed it. Are you the tenant or?
Yeah, I'm the agent for, well, I have the authorization from the landlord, but yes, I'm contracted with Starbucks. I just basically get all their building signage installed. So we permitted everything else that you see on that existing building, the signage wise, we permitted that, and that's what I do. This landlord, they built this, and then when I went to go submit our sign permit, that's when this got flagged, and they told us we couldn't install our monument cabinet because of this existing base being where it was and such. Had to go for the variance.
Thank you.
What are they kicking back, the actual brown sign or the base?
The base was already existing, and I think that's
Talk about
what
the black piece right now.
Yeah, so is that the part that
they're asking for the black part, yes.
they shorten that? I mean,
No, according to the sign code, so the 30 square feet encompasses the base and the sign. So that's why even in the base it's already at 30 square feet, so yeah.
But as an option, if we felt this was too large, we could have them look at reduction of the black area
side.
if we kept the brick intact.
would it pass then?
No, we would still need a variance, but
Because the base itself is 30, right?
the base itself already is.
So you couldn't add anything without needing a variance.
Correct.
Add a
Correct.
sign to the base without
Correct.
needing a variance.
Yes.
Correct.
But it's technically compliant as a brick structure there.
It's not because of the setback from the north property line. That's
Other than the setback.
Yeah.
that's what started this whole thing was
Okay.
that was the comment that came back from the reviewer, was that it was not in compliance with that north property line. It's close, but not correct.
What's the cross street where QT is? Is that Indiana or what's the, I can't,
Barry in Indiana.
What is it?
Barry.
Oh, Berry Road.
Berry
Okay,
Road is
okay. Got it.
close to home.
Right. Yeah. Well, board members, what are your thoughts?
Is there an option to make the sign smaller?
Yes, absolutely. I'm here basically. I'll just put it honest to you. This will make my job increasingly not as difficult as it is if we don't have to relocate that monument base. So whatever we need to do to keep that base there is really our main goal. Obviously, Starbucks wants signage there. We're missing out on some branding opportunities with that just being blank. But yes, if you approve the base staying where it is, we will definitely abide by whatever design criteria you guys feel is appropriate.
There's no safety concern, right, for this where the sign's located?
No, I mean once it's installed, it's
when you
literally
put
going to
the
be
sign up, though.
installed just like right in line with the Quick Trip monument. So
Mhm.
it's just literally just unfortunately too close to one property line, but it's in sync with that QT monument. It's from the main street, from the main right of way. Obviously, that side is good. It's just this top north property line that's
Mr.
not.
Steele, the height of the QT sign, does that match your height?
I don't have those plans, unfortunately, but I can get them. I can find that out.
Well, I didn't
I'm-
know whether you've been out there, could eyeball it or.
I'm
To
not.
us, it looks about the same size, but
Yeah, it literally should be identical. I'm not sure if this property owner owned that QT lot as well back when all this was being developed. But they are very much very similar.
I would say the 1 inch back variance, I don't have it. Size of the sign. Oh yeah. The 1 foot. Size of the sign's a little bit different. Odd that the monument itself is exactly the size.
right, the size of the sign and QT, the QT sign's looks to be about the same height
Mhm.
as that one. So,
Could there be an opportunity, as we talk about kind of sight lines and driving through that space? Would it be workable if this sign was, if we kept the monument where it is, but decreased instead of a 7-foot wide sign, if that became 5.5 feet or something to just increase the sight line around that corner as you're coming out to get you a little bit closer to the requirements, but not, I mean, 7 feet's still pretty large just to indicate a drive-through.
Yeah. No, we could definitely decrease the width. That wouldn't be an issue at all. No.
First thoughts, but I feel like it's kind of large. So if there's a way we can scale that back a bit, I don't know what's appropriate in terms of the text or distances that you're trying to read the text from, if that would make it unreadable. But I think a 5.5 foot piece to still say drive through with a Starbucks logo, I think would be achievable.
I agree. I think it'll look better if the sign fills the whole gap, but I agree with you. I think it might look kind of odd.
And that's why we proposed it as that, because where it ends is basically it kind of slopes that stone piece that you see right below it. It kind of slopes down a little bit. So where it ends is basically where the level
okay.
where the level portion ends. Again, won't be an issue. I mean, whatever we got to do to get it approved, you guys, I mean, we were at your mercy.
I think everybody see that logo, they know it's Starbucks, so.
so I think, Mr. Seal, what I hear the committee saying, and I'm just one board member, but I hear them saying, come back to us next month with with a reduced sign length.
Well, I don't know. I was just thinking, I'm trying to sketch a little bit on here. Like if you adjusted the length and the overall height, maybe that would aesthetically look a little bit better to have some relief on both the side and the top to make it look a little more intentional rather than just having
Yeah.
the height stay at 2'9", and then we randomly shortened the width, so maybe just a proportional like shrinkage
Right.
of the whole thing.
So we're not designers here, but you are. So do you want to consider that, sir, Mr. Steele?
Yeah, we can do that. Yep.
All right.
It's our only option. Yeah, let's go with that.
And if you want to, other sign companies have done this before. They come back with not one suggestion, but two, if that way we've got something to pick from sometimes. That helps.
Okay. I will take that into consideration.
So our next meeting is May 15th. And so you'll be on the docket for then, if that's acceptable for you. If you need more time, we can put you up into the June docket.
No, the 15th will be perfect.
All right, thank you. So board members, I'll entertain a motion to continue this to the May 15th docket.
So moved.
Second, someone?
Yep.
Second, Mr. Gorens? Honest you.
Yep, just started taking the notes. Gorence,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
And Ebbets.
Aye. We'll see you next month. Thank you, Mr. Steele.
Thank you.
You need her. Okay, sorry.
Next.
We've got docket item 19. Finally. Case CD SUP 2024-11. The site in question is 3931 Washington Street. This is a request to approve a renewal of a previously approved special use permit for 4 hotel rooms in District B3-2, which is a commercial zoning district on about 0.248 acres, generally located at West 39th Terrace and Broadway Boulevard. Larissa Chomby is the staff planner associated with this case. The applicant is in the room with us. And this is also a reminder, if you are also a part of the applicant team or a member of the public who wishes to provide public testimony for docket item 19, property 3931 Washington Street, please raise your hand now so we can admit you into the public hearing. One. Johnny is part of the applicant team and Angela is public testimony.
Perfect. So they coming in?
They are both connected.
Okay. Could you turn on your cameras and microphones so we can swear you in? There you are. Please raise your right hands to be sworn. Two.
Typically required that of attorneys.
Yeah, yeah.
We always,
Well, yeah, you're right. You're exactly.
we always tell the truth.
Yeah, I know. That's true. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And let me have you identify yourselves. What's your name on the screen?
Yes, my name is Johnny Youssef and I'm the owner of the property.
Okay. And Johnny, what's your last name again?
Youssef, Youssef.
Okay, thank you. And who else do we have? Is that it?
Angela.
Angela? I can't hear you. I can see you.
I'm still muted. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Angela Adams. I represent the owner of 40 Broadway LLC. We're a neighbor at 3951 Broadway Street.
Angela, and did you say I do?
I did.
Okay, good. And what's your last name again? Angela what?
Adams, ADAMS.
Okay, thank you, Miss Adams. All right. There are a list of administrative exhibits, sir, that are labeled 1 to 9 that we need to hear your case today. Do you have approval for us to hear those?
Yeah, 1 through 9.
I think it's 1 through
fine.
9.
I think there might be a 10th. Is that right?
I don't know. I'm not to it yet. I'll be
Or,
there in just
I
a
didn't see
second.
the public comments identified in the,
I'm almost there.
it's in,
Usually that's 1 to 9,
Okay,
and I
perfect.
don't,
Yep. I think they're all there.
there. But that's okay.
And this is their court reporter. I missed who that is appearing in person.
Apologize. My name is Chris Maddox, Mattix. I'm an attorney with Rouse Fretz White Goss,
Thank you.
4510 Bellevue Avenue, Suite 300, Kansas City, Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Maddox. All right. We, since those are admitted, we have Larissa's going to give us a report on your case today. Larissa, go ahead.
All right, good afternoon. I will share my screen. As was mentioned, this is a special use permit for 3931 Washington Street. The applicant is requesting the approval of a renewal for a previously approved special use permit for 4 hotel rooms in District B3-2. The subject property is located in the Midtown Plaza area. Here's a look at the zoning for the property and its location. It is adjacent to Broadway Boulevard, which is an established boulevard. The use or the building itself got approval of a project plan to be a indoor event space with a maximum capacity of 240 people. It then got approval for a special use permit to allow for 4 hotel rooms. And that special use permit is required because it is adjacent to and within 150 feet of the Broadway Boulevard. So these were the plans that were previously approved with the SUP from 2022, starting off with the basement and the first floor with the groom suite, and then the second and third floor with the hotel rooms used for the bride and groom suites as well. Here is a view from the corner of Broadway and West 39th Street. This building is on the National Historic Register, and so it's not required to provide off-street parking. And the special use permit and the proposal are compliant with all of the remaining applicable aspects of the code. At the time of the City Plan Commission hearing, we did receive public comments, and one of them was attached to the staff report packet from the Valentine Neighborhood Association. They were opposed to the original condition number 2, which was for a expiration date of 10 years. And so at that CPC meeting, they recommended that it be decreased to a renewal period of 5 years. And so that's just that revised language on the screen for you. And after the amendment to that condition, the City Plan Commission recommended approval with conditions. Answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Larissa. Board members, questions of staff? Ms. Larissa.
Question with the Valentine Neighborhood Association, they were recommending or requesting a 2-year, correct, versus the 5-year that was then recommended by CPC. As part of that conversation, do we have any other context of why the 5-year that route was given instead of the 2?
The 5-year would give the applicant enough time to finish construction and then start hosting the events. I believe there's still a little bit of construction left. And then I believe the first event is in May. So first official event in the building is in May.
Mr. Maddox, why should we grant your request today, sir?
You've, this body's already approved the special use permit once, and so we would just ask that you approve it again. This time my client has incurred hundreds of thousands of dollars in furtherance of the prior approved plans, including adding water sprinklers, which is required under the code when you have residential units. And so we have invested significantly into the redevelopment of this property in accordance with that prior approval and would request that you, again, approve it today. I do have a short presentation that I'd like to go over.
Is that on a zip drive or a
I
thumb
think
drive?
it's already on the desktop, and I think Larissa.
So that will be exhibit number 10 and will be admitted. Go ahead.
Right. If you don't mind. All right, I think we've covered the location. I do want to emphasize that this is zone B3-2. It is a commercial zoning district. It is surrounded by commercial properties. I think we are 2 to 3 blocks away from what I would consider the nearest residential subdivision. And so we do have, this is a commercial corridor. In addition to being an entertainment district, this is part of Westport. The current zoning, the B3-2, allows for all of the uses that are provided for. Again, that would be the assembly space and also the hotel use. But as Larissa mentioned, because we are 150 feet from a boulevard, city code requires a special use permit. I'm not sure I really understood why that is the case. I think it could be traffic related. When you have a hotel use, you do have an increased volume of traffic, and maybe that could be why that is a requirement here. If that is the reason why that exists in the code, then I would say that a 4-unit hotel room is not very substantial. It's not going to generate the type of traffic volumes that would warrant, I think, the concerns that are associated with larger hotel complexes. But nevertheless, we are here. So this next slide shows kind of what existed previously when this was a church, and then what is changing in the programming in the space as we convert it from a church facility into a wedding event venue with 4 hotel rooms. As you can see, we go floor by floor. When it was a church, it was a large gathering assembly space. They already had wedding receptions. They had wedding ceremonies. So those uses remain the same. When we look at what's changing, then I've highlighted then on the first floor, previously there was an existing apartment unit where a member of the church resided in. So there's already been a residential use associated with this property. That unit and then classrooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors that previously held Sunday school would then be converted for a total of 4 hotel rooms that are accessory to the overall use of this property as a wedding event venue, and again will be marketed and intended to be set aside for use related to weddings. So when you have a large family coming in from out of town, oftentimes when I married into a large family myself, my wife's family, they all want to congregate together and they all get a huge block of rooms at one hotel. This will allow some of those family members to stay kind of on site in a separate cordoned off area of the building. Again, fire access, fire sprinklers, everything built to code. These next 2 slides just show that we have not sat idle. My client is not what I would consider, no offense, Johnny, a large-scale, deep-pocketed developer. He is kind of an organic mom-and-pop developer. He is a real estate broker by training. He finds properties and opportunities and then works towards developing them. And so we have been diligently working on this property since we had our initial approval 2 years ago, and we have pulled numerous permits in furtherance of that. We've had some minor setbacks. We had some break-ins, people stealing tools and equipment on site. We had a couple of people who have gotten up on the roof and tried to steal copper or start small fires. We've worked through those issues, incurred those losses, and we're hopeful that once we're finally up and running, our first event booked this May, that will be enough of a deterrent with enough people there, enough activity, that we won't have to deal with those types of concerns going forward. With that said, we do have a little bit of work to do. We are still about 1 year away from completing the hotel component. The event venue component, as you can see here, is ready, and we have our first event booked then in May. The hotel component still requires a little bit of finishing touches, as my client's budget will allow. Over the next year, we anticipate the completion of that, which then in coordination with the 5-year special use permit term that we're requesting, would mean that we would be back before you with 4 years of operations under our belt, so that we can come back and continue to justify your support for this project. We've already covered the plans. There are a couple other things. I do want to say that this is it is a unique concept in some regards, but there is precedent for this in Kansas City, where you kind of have these adaptive reuse spaces with a few hotel rooms or short-term rentals associated with them. We covered these at our prior case, but just for the benefit of some new board members, I'd like to just show you that there are kind of precedent. Loose Mansion is probably the most famous of the group, but there are a couple. We've already covered, I think, the criteria for the initial approval. I think that those same criteria would apply here, and for the same reasons that this board approved this thing 2 years ago, I think that we also meet the criteria again today. And then I do want to note, finally, I'll conclude with 2 maps. Precedent for other hotels along boulevards and parkways in this area. Subject property is up here to the north, and then to the south, I think we have 3 other hotel, operating at a much larger scale than we are. We're only 4 units. Some of these other hotels could be dozens, if not 100 units. And then finally, I wanted to show this graphic because there was some back and forth when we originally came before this board 2 years ago. We could have gone the short-term rental route, or we could have gone the hotel route. Our zoning allowed for either of those options. But as this board is probably aware, the city's short-term rental regulations were quite in flux at the time. There was no business certainty, and for that reason, we opted to go with the hotel route, but just as easily could have gone the short-term rental regulation route. Those regulations were finalized in 2023, and you can see that around this property, there are several short-term rentals that have been approved. Again, this is Westport. It's an entertainment district, and those short-term rentals, some of which are whole home rentals, are located in the interior of residential subdivisions. We don't think that our 4-unit short-term rental or hotel use, whatever you want to call it, is going to be anywhere near as burdensome to the community and to the neighborhood at large. So that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you.
Do you have any issues with the revised conditions?
Obviously, every time we have to come back, my client has to spend money, and he would rather put that money into the project than my legal bills. And so that's why we were originally requesting the 10-year term, which we think is standard for most of these hotel-type commercial zoned properties. But we are sensitive to the concerns of the neighborhood, that it's been 2 years and it's been a longer construction timeline than what most projects may be accustomed to. For hindsight, it probably would have been better for my client if we would have had a longer initial term to allow for construction. I just don't want to get caught in the same trap again. And so we can live with the 5-year term, but we certainly wouldn't want to go any shorter than that, please.
Okay. Board members, other questions and concerns?
I'm sorry, who approved or suggested the 5-year? Is that?
That was kind of negotiated by CPC as a recommendation to this board.
When do you think the remodeling project's going to be complete, Mr. Maddox?
So the event venue space will be complete this month. We have our first event booked, and so they will be utilizing the sanctuary space, which we showed pictures of, as well as the reception space down in the basement, the first floor. The rest of the building is still in work in progress. We've installed the full sprinkler system, which was the big financial commitment to completing the hotel use. But we are still waiting, I think, on just the final finish and interior layout and redesign of converting those classrooms then into putting in the restrooms, that type of thing.
Sure.
So I was told, and Johnny is on, he can confirm. But tentatively, his plan is to have that completed in 1 year from now.
Sure.
Johnny, can you confirm?
Yes, that is correct. So our focus right now is the ceremony space, but once that's complete, we're gonna start going and approaching other spaces. Our goal for all the 4 unit hotels spaces to have them all complete by April of next year.
Ms. Adams, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
I was just here as a property owner next door, just wanting to show support for Johnny and his project. We always like to see people putting money into the neighborhood, and his project, I think, is a good play for the neighborhood to help cut down on some of the crime and homelessness and theft that Maddox alluded to earlier. So we're just here to lend our support to him.
Thank you.
And what is your business, Miss Adams? Where are you?
I represent the property owner of 40 Broadway LLC. It's 3951 to 3959 Broadway, which is direct across Broadway.
Okay, thank you. Board members, any other comments or questions?
I'd offer a motion.
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
And docket number 19, case number 11, I move we grant the applicant's request in accordance with site plan, staff report, and the conditions therein.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Gorens.
Gorence,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
and Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved. Thank you, Mr. Maddox.
I'll have to tell Ms. Jensen to tweak the cookie recipe so that we can be higher up on the docket.
That's right. That is
Thank you.
correct. Yep.
You can tell her you didn't go to sleep. Well,
Yeah.
Okay, we have docket item 23. This is case CD BZ 2024-36 for 7243 Central Street. A request to approve a variance to the minimum setback standards for a detached garage, plus any additional variances on about 0.13 acres, generally located at 7243 Central Street. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner associated with this case. This is a reminder, if you are a part of the applicant team or member of the general public that's attached to this case, to please approach the microphone or the desk now, or raise your hand on Zoom so we can admit you into the public hearing. Seeing none, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Recognize any of those other names? Or and make Okay, sounds good. Okay, if you don't mind holding off on this one and just moving on to the next case.
Great.
Okay. Excuse me, we have docket item 25. This is case CD BZA 2023-164. This is a property at 14333 Kelly Road. It's a request to approve a variance to the detached accessory dwelling unit standards in an R80 zoning district, which is a residential zoning district, plus any additional variances on about 13.54 acres, generally located at 14333 Kelly Road. The applicant team is in the room with us today. This is a reminder for anyone online who wishes to also be a part of the applicant team or provide public testimony on this particular project to please raise their hand now so we can admit you into the public hearing. Seeing none, Connor Tomlin is the staff planner associated with this case. And the case was continued to this date to allow for the applicant time to revise plans. And this, they do need to consent to the 4-person quorum.
Is that Mr. Sparks or who? Well,
Yes,
that's
sir.
you. There you are. Thank you, Sean. So before we begin, we have
There's 10 exhibits
everybody
now.
here. No, we don't. We're missing Maria.
Moran.
If she says she might not be here.
And you're off, correct? Because you weren't.
I heard it.
I don't think he was officially on the board yet, though. I don't know if he.
Oh,
had been.
okay. Gotcha.
That could be the case.
Can I share that my client is actually hauling it really fast?
So Gorance, you weren't in it, so.
Oh,
Yeah,
well, actually, I'm gonna.
Yeah, you
Okay.
have
Yeah,
to
looks
leave
like the
anyway.
last
Yeah,
time
so yeah.
we heard it was
So
in
you should-
February.
Since you're not on the forum.
I don't think you had your first
Wait, what
official
did they-
date
I'm
till
seeing
March.
soon.
Yeah,
Enjoy the rest.
but he wasn't
Parks.
sworn in.
3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and 5 o'clock.
Yeah. Great.
I think even if you weren't officially a board member then, if you witnessed the meeting and are prepared to use that experience to
Yes.
vote on this, then I think it'd be fine for you to participate.
Right, then you're in. There's, getting all mixed up now. There's lists of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit to hear your case today. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
And I got to
There's-
swear you in too.
There's 10.
There's 10? All right, there's 10.
Yeah, you have
Can I
10.
swear you in, Sean? Is there anyone else in the audience that you saw?
No one else has raised their hand on Zoom.
You solemnly swear, affirm to tell the truth, nothing but the truth in this hearing today. Great. State your name for the court reporter.
John Sparks.
Thank you, Sean. And pull that microphone just a tad bit tighter. There you go. Perfect, sir.
like Bob Barker.
Yeah, that's right. Part of the administrative exhibits is a presentation by Mr. Tomlin on your case. So go ahead, Connor.
Okay, we have CDBZA 2023-00164 at 14333 Kelly Road, which is an R80 zoning district. A variance request to the accessory dwelling unit standards to permit a large ADU on the subject site near the existing primary structure plus additional variances. This is the rough location of the site. This is another look at the site itself. I don't believe I might not have the site plan on here. However, if you recall, it was going up right around here to the northeast of the house. The applicant submitted revised plans. This is a look at the front of it, the first floor plan, the second floor plan, and additional elevations. This is an image of an Excel sheet that the homeowner had provided to me, showing the difference from the previous proposal to the current proposal and that reduction percentage from the previous. Come back to that as needed. So there's a couple variances. Variance request A is a variance of 354 square feet to the maximum size of an ADU to permit an accessory dwelling unit size of 1154 square feet. That is a 44.25% increase, and I can go back to that decrease or that reduction from previous as soon as we're done here. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. ADUs are rarely proposed at this size. The proposed size of this ADU makes it seem as a second primary structure is being placed on the property. Two primary structures are not permitted on one lot per 88-110-04B. Difficulty could be obviated through a change of design. Variance request B, a variance of 1525 square feet to the maximum floor area of an ADU to permit an ADU at a size of 2325 square feet. This is a 190.62% increase from what code allows. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. Same text as last time about the two primary structures. The difficulty can be obviated through a change of design. I believe that concludes my presentation. I will take you back to this figure for your reference. I meant to run the numbers on the reduction from what I had in my presentation prior. However, there was that discrepancy on whether those numbers were accurate or not. Hence why I've included that spreadsheet from the property owner.
Okay, thank you.
So there's no height variance needed. It's just for the max size and the max floor area.
I believe so. It should be, I believe it's shorter than the primary structure.
Any other questions of staff? Mr. Sparks, why should we approve your request today, sir?
As we stated last time, this is a home that is on over 14 acres. The primary house or dwelling is over 4,000 square feet. My client did reduce the build by a substantial amount, actually, well over 15% of the full reduction. We did speak last time, so, I was asking, what's a respectful number to reduce? And, so we're just kind of like, not much of an answer. So we took out the sunroom, we reduced the kitchen, we reduced the living area, we reduced everything so that we could, get an approval by the board. Obviously, the garage is big, but we also have to understand that he does have 5 children. Unfortunately, his big house is it's only got 2-car garage. One has a bunch of stuff in one side. The wife gets the garage, and all of his kids are getting older, so they were hoping to use some of that parking apart from his dad that's going to be living there full time. And we're just trying to do our due diligence to hopefully that we can get an approval by the board. And there's no traffic there. You've got 5 residents that live on that road. You're very far from the highway. We're as you know, I keep watching all these different cases. We're completely different. We're in the rural area of KCMO. You can't even really see it from the street. And we were just asking if you can just hopefully favor the fact that we did reduce this, and his father's very comfortable with it still. I would assume there's going to be a time that he's going to be full-time wheelchair and able to get around. We still have to make everything ADA, which, you know, you have to increase door size and things of that nature. That's why we also have the elevator. So just trying to get some help here, guys. We're not doing this for income or anything. This is for his dad. His mom obviously just passed away. The last variance hearing I was talking to you guys about. And so just trying to make it a great place for them. And I'm sure one of his kids will move into it when.
Board members, any questions of Mr. Sparks?
Like on the elevation, the garage is a little bit lower than the back half of the building too. So even if you kind of pull into the garage, you're not having a full 2-story structure above grade.
Correct. You're not. Yep. Yep. We have to do some sloping and get all that water
Site
from
work.
the back of the house. Correct. A lot of concrete. Doesn't get the big deck anymore. Like I said, no sunroom, but they
Well, I appreciate you redesigning, getting it a little bit more in line with the codes looking for the ADU, so. It's one person though.
I agree. Yeah, now we're bringing the HVAC system into the main garage, so we're eliminating that whole back side of the house. It actually comes back to over 2 feet apart from that 8x9 that you don't. Well, you saw the blueprint. A large section was taken out, and then we're just modifying it to accommodate that.
Your case too, being on 14 acres is a context than a lot of other properties we typically see come before us, especially since the main house is. So if this was on its own,
Right, sure.
maybe someplace else, I can definitely see how it would still be out of scale or context, but I feel like the scale of the site that you're on, it.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And also just take note that there's barns on other residents' properties that are bigger than this house.
Board members, any other questions or comments or? Sean, are you the architect?
No, I'm the builder.
Just wonder.
Weber Architects out of Lenexa were the ones that designed that for us. You want to hire me?
I got Randy over here. I got Randy over here.
With pouring driveways.
Yeah. I would have pulled a permit. That's
Sorry.
one comment. Yeah, no, we
Anybody?
follow all code.
I'll just say I appreciate that you came back with a reduced plan. It doesn't feel like it feels like a misuse of the intention of the ADU code. But I get that it's basically the country out there.
I was used to growing up on a farm most of my life, and things of this nature, we don't look at like the way city life is. you know, that thought process or the way of living. We like a lot of land, and we also like hunting and doing all kinds of things. The reduction of the house, it is obviously a studio, basically a bigger studio than what you would see normally in Kansas City, Missouri. But we just don't know. I've never dealt with this in Kansas. This topic that we would have had.
Sits on a lot of land, 13 acres, so it's not like you're sitting on a quarter acre.
Right. And as I preface it, nobody's going to be able to see it.
I would say, I mean, that's kind of one of the beautiful things about Kansas City is that you do get the mix of rural and urban opportunities, and knowing that the use of the structure would be to basically house elderly person that might need special accommodations and needs. So I would like to go ahead and make a motion.
Please go ahead. Ms. Wright.
Docket number 25, case number 164. I say that we approve the variance requests on the accessory dwelling unit and staff report and notes.
I'll second.
Thank you. I've got a motion and a second.
Hixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
and Ebbets.
Aye. Your motion's approved. Good luck with your project, sir.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate that.
Yep.
Watch, he's going to walk through the door now.
Okay,
So we had that one more.
we have 23, 12, and 6 to deal with. What's
Anybody here on those?
docket item 6, the applicant and the property owner are available. Docket item
As well do it. It's, watch the break time. How we doing?
Oh, yeah.
Break time.
Well, so, okay, we hear 6. What'd you say about 12 and 23?
23 is also, but neither of those applicants are online.
12 and 23 are not online.
12 and 23 are not online.
So we could hear 6 and then continue 12 and 23.
Go for it. Okay, I'm gonna call docket item 6. This is case CD BZA 2024-34 for 6205 North Wheeling Avenue. This is a request to approve a variance to the residential infill lot standards to allow for the creation of 3 residential lots on about 0.8 acres, generally located at 6205 North Wheeling Avenue. We've got the property owner and the applicant online. And this, excuse me, this is a reminder for anyone who wishes to provide public testimony on docket item 6, case 60, or property 6205 North Wheeling Avenue. Please raise your hand now so we can admit you into the public hearing.
I have got my hand raised. Unfortunately, for some reason, I can't get my video to work. I've been working on it all day and it's not working. But I'm here.
And then for public testimony, we have Brandy.
Okay.
So Greg and Robert, they're part of the applicant team and the property owner. They've been connected.
We'd want to connect up Brandy too, so you can swear her in.
They are connected as well.
All right, so Greg and Robert, we have cameras or some cameras, no cameras?
This is Robert. Unfortunately, I cannot get my camera to work, but I am here.
That's okay. Greg, what about you? There you are. Is that Greg or is that Brandy?
That's Brandy and Jeff.
Greg's muted.
Greg, you're muted.
What happened to Greg? He was there.
Camera's not on, so.
So both Robert.
Okay.
Oh, okay, now they can hear. Okay, here.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay, so
I
but
want
that's
me to raise
Greg,
my
right?
right hand.
That's Brandy and Jeff.
Okay, Brandy and Jeff, stand by just for a second.
All right, thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, be right there.
No
Greg?
worries.
Still no Greg.
Greg's unmuted.
I'm Greg. Greg's here.
Okay. No camera, Greg, or camera?
No camera.
All right, so we have Greg and Robert with no cameras, and then we got Brandy and Jeff. So everyone, please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you
Get behind me or
swear-
something. I don't know.
Hold on. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Okay, stand by. You guys see three people with Brandy and Jeff.
Yeah, and another neighbor's with us.
Okay, so I want each of you to identify yourselves to the court reporter.
Okay, you want me to start off, sir?
Go ahead, Brandy.
Oh, I'm Brandy Rouse. I'm a neighbor.
Okay. Jeff, you're next.
I'm Jeff Ferguson. I'm a neighbor.
Last name, Jeff?
Ferguson.
Ferguson, thank you. And
Yeah, we were
who's the
there
other
this
person?
morning.
Who's the other person?
And I'm Robert J. Hale, homeowner, across the street from all this construction they all want to do and zone changing.
Okay, great. Okay, now we need to go to Greg and Robert. Greg, did you hear my swearing in and what's your comment? Yes, I do.
Yes, I do.
And please state your name for the court reporter.
Greg Stervino.
Thank you. Robert, you're next.
Robert Young, I do.
Okay, perfect. Is that everybody?
That's it.
Okay. And Greg and Robert, who's speaking on behalf of the case today, sir?
Go ahead, Robert. Go ahead, Robert.
So Robert's in charge?
That's fine.
Okay, Robert, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9. I need to admit to hear your case today. Do I have your permission to do that?
Yes, sir.
Great. Those are admitted. One of those is a presentation by Justin Smith, and he's going to tell us about the case. Go ahead, Justin.
Good afternoon, Chair and fellow commissioners. Justin Smith, Development Management Division. We'll be hearing docket item number 6, CD BZA 2024-34. This is 6205 North Wheeling Street. The zoning is R6, and this is a request to approve a variance to the residential infill standards, lot area minimum, and lot width to allow for the creation of 3 lots. The subject site is located within the Briarcliff Wynwood area plan, just 2 blocks west of Claycomo. This is an aerial image of the site. You can see there is a what appears to be a single family home, and it is vacant right now. That home has since been demolished. Here is the certificate of survey. As you can see there, matching the lot lines of the homes to the east. This is an infill lot, so here is the infill context area. You can see there are 4 homes, fully developed lots within the context area. And here is the infill calculator, and these 2 highlighted numbers here are what they'll be seeking variances to. So it'll be the lot width and the lot area of lot width, the minimum being 59.93 feet, and the minimum lot area being 13,585 square feet. So variance A is for lot 1, 12,088 square feet. So it'll be a variance of 1,497 square feet to the infill residential development standards to permit a 12,088 square foot lot on the subject site. Variance number 2 will be for lot 2. Will be a variance of 1,179 square feet to the infill residential development standards to permit a 12,406 square foot lot. The third variance is for lot 3's lot area. That'll be a variance of 962 square feet to the infill residential development standards to permit a 12,623 square foot lot. And the next three variances are all for the lot width. The first one for lot 1 is 57.43 feet. They'll be requesting a variance of 2.57 feet to the infill residential development standards to permit a 57.43 foot wide lot on the subject site. The next one is for the lot 2's lot width. Will be a variance of 2.36 feet to the infill residential development standards to permit a 57.64 foot wide lot on the subject site. And the last variance is for lot 3. The variance of 2.51 feet to the infill residential development standards to permit a 57.42 foot wide lot. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, and the difficulty can be eliminated through a change in design. And that will conclude my presentation, and I can answer any questions.
Board members, questions of Justin?
To reiterate, you said they're basically just aligning their boundaries with the lots behind them. So it's just a continuation of the context that's already been developed essentially in that neighborhood historically.
Yeah, let me share my screen one more time. Sorry. Yeah, so I didn't get the full image of the lots to the east, but they're essentially lining them up even with those. And yeah, you can see that through that as well.
What's the street behind them, Justin? I can't read the
second.
address.
North Eugene.
North Eugene. Okay, thank you. All right. Mr. Young, if you're speaking on behalf of your applicant, why should we grant your request today, sir?
Sure. We started this process approximately a year and a half, 2 years ago. Had pre-application meetings with the city staff and kind of were given the go-ahead to do this. Through kind of unforeseen things, the process slowed down. Then the infill rules came into play. These properties are all zoned 7.5, and with the lot and area standards of the city code, they all would fit in fine with that. But unfortunately, the infill stuff passed when we were kind of along the way with this. Once we submitted the minor subdivision, that's when we kind of realized that we were not meeting those requirements. City staff's recommendation would be to get the variance for it. The owner, Greg Stravino, is a home builder and bought the property. I know the existing house that was on it that has since been removed was being used for not residential things. So they've removed that. He's just trying to, build some nice newer homes in there. I know with this application, we were not required to do neighborhood outreach. I did anyway, had a neighborhood meeting about 2 weeks ago, had one participant who was the lot directly east of our proposed lot 2, which is the middle lot. Mainly just curious as to what we were doing. Once he was told, he was incredibly happy because of the more recent usage of that abandoned house. So pretty much we're just trying to kind of continue on and finish up this thing that we started a couple of years ago, and I think this is the way to get to that point.
Okay, thank you for that.
And I don't know if Greg has anything to add. But
basically, I'm taking some idle land here in Kansas City and and trying to convert that into 3 lots that I can put 3 houses on that will improve the property values for the neighborhood. And so I can also keep my crews busy.
Right. All right. Questions, board members to the applicant and owner, and then we'll go to the other people who want to make comments.
So you got a lot here that's 0.8 acres and trying to subdivide it into 3 smaller lots that are in line with the property lines of the adjacent properties. Am I understanding this correctly? And that causes a whole bunch of different variances required.
So they meet the standard lot and building standards of R 7.5 since it's an infill lot. That red circle, that context area, it is based off of the calculator that we use, which is 75% of all the lot areas. So the lot minimum is 13,000 in that area, but they do meet the standard R 7.5 lot and building standards, which is 7,500 square feet lot minimum and then 50 feet lot width.
And if I may, unfortunately, the way the infill calculator is, it takes into account just the properties on the fronting the same street. So essentially what we're trying to do is say, hey, these lots to the east are exactly the same size as the ones we're trying to create. Just unfortunately, the calculator doesn't reach out and grab those for, determining the area sizes.
Okay. Brandy, do you want to go first? Then we'll hear from Jeff and then from Robert, I believe. You're muted, Brandy. Still muted. There you go.
I'm Robert J. Hale, homeowner across the street from this menagerie you guys got going.
And your comments, Mr. Robert, are?
My comments are, if you have a 1 dwelling home, you'll probably have 2 to 3 vehicles. Now, across the street from me, I'm going to have 3 homes with 2 to 3 vehicles. That's 9 vehicles. Wear and tear on the street. Plus, are these houses going to be sold for people that are going to be part of the neighborhood or just flip over every month or whatever, just a rental gig? And I mean, I have a lot of questions. I'm not happy with this at all. I've been here over 20 years and I want to leave my house and everything to my daughter. You put a mini subdivision, it's going the wrong way, sir, in my personal opinion, as living in this neighborhood on a dead end street.
All right.
And then, okay, building, how many are you going to build? 1 at a time, 3 at a time? Is there going to be crime because you have all this equipment and all? I mean, it's open up a hornet's nest on a dead end street by every highway.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's going to bring my value down personally. And GI Bill's got my house loan, so I'm sure the government wouldn't be happy with that interest rate. But anyway, that's about. I'm just not happy with it all, and that's all I got to say. And thank you.
Okay. What about Brandy and Jeff?
Well, I'm here. I guess my issue is we own the home to the southwest of it. Like, we're across the street. We also were worried about neighbors, and we even purchased the empty lot next to us because we had nervousness about who might be moving in. Now we don't have to worry about 1 house. We're having to worry about 3. And what that brings in, like you said, it's a dead end street. You're doing construction on this. Where are these vehicles going to be parked? Because I mean, it's a street and there's no way out of the back of it. It's just to the front, which would be blocking our way of traffic. So that's my concerns, being that we own 2 lots literally across the street. And to my knowledge, and I know it was based on hearsay as to whether the other neighbor to the directly south of it was happy, because he's led us to believe he wasn't at all. So, I mean, I guess it's hearsay on both parts, but But that would be my
And
problems.
then the house to the, that way.
Yeah, so, cause the other neighbors, yeah, so. So anyway, that's my issue,
Hey,
but
Brandy, what was
yeah.
the house before they tore it down? What was it? I keep hearing comments. It wasn't a good place.
It was, well, I think the place he was actually referring to is actually to the north of that property. They've cleaned up the street. They came in and they started doing a bunch of work. The sheriff's department came in and they cleared out what was a crack house. So we've had an issue on this street in the past with squatters, and we're finally going in the right direction. So that, and I know there was a vacant house on the property that he's wanting to put 3 houses on, and people were squatting in there, and they did doze that down. That's great. But now, you know, it's a vacant lot, but 3 houses pushing it. I'm looking right at it. It's pushing it.
Brownstones.
All right. And what about Jeff? Is he there? Does he want to say anything?
I'm
Yeah,
here. How
he-
you doing? I should be on camera.
Well, here,
Oh, he's on his camera. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm on my phone. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you and see you.
Yeah, my concern is the same. I mean, obviously I support the neighborhood. We've lived here about 2 years. And, you know, like they said, we've had our share of sheriffs driving up and down here almost on a daily basis for 2.5 months, cleaning things up and doing stuff like that. And we did buy the lot next to our home that we own. We're not renters, specifically to make sure that nobody, you know, moves into that. You know, the house that he's talking about that used to be on the property that we're talking about, they demolished, you know, they knocked down. Okay. The house to the north of that was the one, like my wife said, was like a crack house or whatever they called it, a trap house. I'm sorry, not crack house, trap house. And, you know, they're cleaning that up too. So my concern again is there's another house next to me that the guy owns both of those houses, both of those properties, and got to deal with the rental scenario. So that's what my concern is. You know, are these houses going to be sold? Are they just going to be flipped? Is it just going to be a whatever? You know, that's my concern. I mean, I moved to this dead end street for a specific reason. They're old houses, they're old neighbors, you know, they're people that like peace and quiet. I don't want it, you know, like a retirement area, you know, things like that. But I don't want, and oh, let me also specify something else. This street that's in front, that all the equipments and trucks and backhoes and all these things that are going to be required, you could barely fit 2 cars next to each other going in opposite directions on this street. So are they going to repave the whole road? Are they going to widen it? You know what I mean? So there's a lot of interesting factors that I have. It's not as simple as just saying, oh, hey, yeah, great. You know what? There's 3 brand new houses going up across the street. It'll raise the value of ours. You know, that's all great. You know, that's not, we have to think about tomorrow, not today.
Right. Well, thank you, Jeff, for your comments, Brandy
yeah,
and Robert as well.
I mean, I doubt there's going to be some sort of a disclosure put in place that, you know, the homes will be sold, not rent. I don't know. I'm brand new to this, but that's my opinion. And I appreciate
Thank you,
your time.
sir. We appreciate it. Thank you.
This is Greg. Can I speak to a couple of those things?
Sure.
I've been doing this since 2019, 10 to 15 houses a year in these infill lots. 100% of them are owner occupied that I've sold since 2019. At least I sold them to the people that moved into them. The houses I'm going to put on those lots right now will sell anywhere from 315 to 325. So it's going to raise the values. I'll have to get a variance for the driveways, and I've done this since the rules have changed. So you can have a 20-foot wide driveway, so you can get cars parked off the street. And that's what was one of our concerns with the new rules with the infill lots, is because you only allowed like a 12-foot driveway. So you really need 20-foot driveways so you could keep cars off these narrow streets in these older areas of Kansas City. And as far as having construction equipment, I can accommodate that by pouring like a gravel pad so we can park off the street so we don't inconvenience any of the current property owners.
Thank you for that clarification, Greg. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Justin, just to clarify, so if the infill standards did not apply, they could just do this outright.
That is correct.
Board members, any other questions, comments, or motion? Perfect, Ms. Mixdorf.
I'd like to thank Brandy, Jeff, and Robert for providing your insight as well. I think one of the things Kansas City is really trying to do is increase development, and adding more houses, I think, is part of that process. So I think the more we can reuse some of these sites that were at one point set up for that are good for the city overall. So with that in mind, on docket number 6, case number 34, I move we grant the applicant's request in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second with Mr. Hayes.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Mixdorf. Wright.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Meyer.
Aye.
And Ebbets.
Aye. The project is approved. Greg and Robert, good luck with it.
Thank you, board.
Glad the bad neighborhood or bad house has been destroyed. That's good.
Thank you for your time.
All right.
Thank you, board. Bye.
Okay, we got the applicant for docket item 23 on.
So 23 is available now?
Correct.
Right. So we did that one.
Docket item 23, this is case CD BZA 2024
Sorry.
36 for 7243 Central Street. This is a request to approve a variance to the minimum setback standards for a detached garage plus any additional variances on about 0.13 acres, generally located at 7243 Central Street. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner associated with this project. We do have 9 exhibits for this item, and the applicant team is online. This is a reminder for anyone else who wishes to provide public testimony on this particular case. Again, the property is 7243 Central Street. Please raise your hand now. Seeing no other individuals.
Thank you, Anna. This is gonna, do we have Miss Bauer online?
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, thank you for, let me see. And, I could have sworn I saw your face and then I lost you.
Well, I'm looking for it. You can hear me but not see me, right?
Correct. And I see McHenry, but I'm guessing that's you, Judy.
There we go. Okay.
There
yeah,
you go. Perfect.
That's
Please-
me.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
And please state your name again for the court reporter.
Judy Bauer.
Thank you, Ms. Bauer. There are a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit to hear your case today. Do we have your permission to admit those?
Yes.
Perfect. One of those is a presentation by Mr. Connor Tomlin. He'll tell us about the case. Connor?
All right, we have CD BZA 2024-00036 at 7243 Central Street, M15 zoning district. A variance request to the setback requirements for a detached garage in a M15 zoning district to permit a detached garage to be closer to the primary structure, plus any additional variances. This is the general location of the site. This is the location of the site itself. This is the proposed site plan. You can see the detached garage back here. The variance request is a variance of 7 feet to the setback distance of a detached garage in relation to the primary structure to permit a setback of 3 feet on the subject site. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. Detached garages in non-residential districts aren't typically seen, though they are permitted, and this proposal calls for a large variance to that standard. The difficulty cannot be obviated through a change of design. There's not much room to work with due to the constraints of that lot. That concludes my presentation. I do want to clarify that there is a section of code for accessory structures in non-residential districts. However, there's a specific section within that non-residential that says certain standards should follow the residential if it abuts a residential district. This property does, so it follows the residential standards for accessory structures.
Central 1 block off Warnell. Main.
There's like the right of way for the trail, and then a row of industrial uses, and then Central Street. So one could
Is
call
that
it a
the back
block,
door of
but,
Sutherland's? Is that the back door of Sutherland's?
a few properties away.
Okay, questions of staff? And Justin, or Connor, excuse me. That's a ton of industrial around there, correct?
Yeah, but it does abut, that residential district on the back side of the property. There is a good amount of industrial here. However, there is, nearby residential as well, abutting that, industrial.
Thank you. Ms. Bauer, why should we, excuse me, anybody else have questions of staff? Ms. Bauer, why should we approve your request today?
Well, it's our opinion that the footprint of the garage as proposed fulfills the functional needs of the property owner to the best way possible, and that it doesn't influence the character to the east, where it's a residential neighborhood, in any negative way.
So again, this is a dental lab. I can't, is this a residence?
No, he uses it as an office and storage for his office equipment, as well as storage for some vehicles. The man who owns it is a dentist.
On the picture where this is. So what's on either side of you, Ms. Bauer?
There are commercial buildings to either side. I'm not sure of the use of each of them. The one to the north, trying to find my site plan here. The one to the north comes out as far as the existing building already. It's one big one-story brick building. And then the building to the south actually comes all the way back to the property line, goes beyond where we're proposing this garage to be.
Any neighbor opposition?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Fellow board members, any other questions? And to the south of you, is that your building as well, as it goes down towards the corner?
You
Ms.
mean
Bauer?
south of the property line?
Yes, exactly.
No.
Okay.
What will be the materiality of this?
Well, that's a good question. If you look to the north of the proposed footprint of the garage is another garage space, which is currently a board and batten siding with a sloped roof that has solar panels on it. This garage will also be a board and batten siding with a flat roof.
Trying to be contextual then, not.
Yeah. So on the, yeah, so facing the residential side, it'll be the same material.
And the brick building to the north, do you own that one? Is that yours too?
Not that I'm not aware that he owns it, no.
All right, okay. And I think there's an alleyway or something else, as I recall.
I think there's a small retaining wall on the back of the property on the east side, and it butts up right next to a residential backyard. So there's not an alleyway there. Or maybe somewhere else on the block.
That's fine. Thank you.
Sure.
Board members, any other questions or comments? Or a motion?
Application in terms of the adjacency with commercial and kind of all the other things that are going on and budding residential, following the residential code. So with that, I would make a motion.
Okay,
Docket number 23, case number 36, I move we grant the applicant's request in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Wright.
Mixdorf?
Aye.
Wright?
Aye.
Hayes?
Aye.
Meyer?
Aye.
And Debbitz.
Aye. Ms. Bauer, your project is approved. Good luck with it. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you.
Last call for docket item 12. This is case CD BZA 2024-31 for 5631 East 40 Highway. Raise your hand if you wish to speak on this case.
Would we give it a 1 month or dismiss it?
Give them at least a month.
Okay, good. Thanks, Randy. I'll make that motion.
Sure. I move to continue case 31 to the May. 15th hearing.
Right. I have a motion. Second, anyone?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Wright.
Okay, Mixdorf.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Meyer.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. That project is moved to the May 15 docket.
We do not have an overflow hearing on Friday then.
Nope, we finished everything.
Yahoo.
You were correct. You said we.
You were skeptical.
I was skeptical. I apologize.
And we didn't even take a break. So, yeah. Okay. Meeting adjourned. See you May 15th. Thank you, everybody.
As a reminder, I will not be here May 15th. I emailed a couple of you. Changing dates. I mean, more than a